You are not experiencing the sun the way you think you are. What you call sunlight is already a filtered version of something far more precise and far more fragile. Because if that light changed, just slightly, you would not notice it as an event. You would only notice what slowly starts to disappear. Not darkness, but imbalance. A shift in energy so small it cannot be felt in a moment, yet large enough to reshape everything that depends on it. The atmosphere would not break. The oceans would not stop. The planet would not collapse. It would adjust, silently, continuously. And by the time anything feels different, it would already be too late to identify a beginning. You would not notice it at first. Nothing would break. Nothing would announce itself. The sun would still rise and set in its familiar rhythm, unchanged to the eye. But something above you would no longer be exactly the same. A constant flow of energy, shaping every system on Earth, would now be slightly stronger than before. Only 5%. Small enough to hide inside normal variation, but not small enough for a planet built on balance. Because Earth is not designed around intensity, it is designed around equilibrium. A fragile relationship between incoming solar energy and everything that stores, moves, and releases it. Atmosphere, oceans, ice, land, life. All of it exists in continuous negotiation with the sun. And when that input shifts, even slightly, nothing reacts immediately. There is no boundary between before and after. Only slow redistribution across systems never built to hold extra energy. At first, it disappears into noise. Weather already fluctuates. Seasons already drift. Temperature already varies across regions for reasons too complex to isolate in real time. So the increase does not arrive as a new reality. It hides inside the existing one. But the planet does not measure change by perception. It measures accumulation. And energy does not disappear. It moves. It spreads. It lingers. Heat begins to settle deeper into the oceans, not at the surface, but across layers that retain warmth longer than expected. The atmosphere quietly shifts its capacity for moisture and motion. Warmer air holds more water. More energy enters every cycle of evaporation and storm formation, and ice, the most sensitive boundary of stability, begins to retreat at its edges. Not suddenly, but persistently. And yet from above the surface, everything still looks normal, because systems that evolve over long timescales rarely announce themselves in short moments. What feels stable is often just temporary balance still in motion, and now one of its inputs has changed. The sun still looks identical, still bright, still constant, still familiar enough to ignore. But familiarity is not stability, and even a small increase in energy begins to reshape everything beneath it, quietly, continuously, until the Earth is no longer responding to the world it was before, but slowly adjusting to the world it is becoming. The oceans would be the first major system to carry the weight of this change, not because they react quickly, but because they absorb what the atmosphere cannot hold for long. Heat entering the ocean does not disappear. It is stored, layered, and redistributed across depth and time. At first, this would appear subtle. Seasonal warmth extending slightly longer, surface waters remaining warmer deeper into the year, winter cooling losing a small amount of its usual efficiency. Individually, none of this feels significant,
Year-to-year variation still dominates perception. Some seasons warmer, others colder, still within the range of what feels normal. But beneath that surface variation, structure begins to shift. Ocean currents depend on temperature differences. Warm water rises and moves toward colder regions. Cold water sinks and returns through deep circulation pathways. This is not just water movement, it is a planetary heat engine, a system that maintains Earth's climate stability through constant redistribution. As solar energy increases slightly, these gradients begin to weaken in some regions and intensify in others. Warm water retains heat longer. Cold water loses range in how far it spreads, and slowly, circulation patterns begin to adjust. Not collapse, not stop, but reorganize. Some currents strengthen temporarily as imbalances grow. Others weaken as thermal contrast becomes less defined. This uneven adjustment begins to reshape weather patterns far above the ocean surface. Weather tracks drift slightly. Rainfall zones shift toward regions previously more stable. Coastal climates become less predictable, not through extremes, but through gradual inconsistency. And because oceans are connected to nearly every atmospheric system on Earth, these changes do not remain local. They spread across continents, across hemispheres, across systems that were never independent to begin with. Ice begins to respond more visibly at this stage, not everywhere at once, but at the edges where seasonal stability is weakest. Formation begins later, melting begins earlier. Each cycle leaves a slightly reduced footprint than the one before. This is where feedback becomes important. Less ice means less reflection of sunlight. Less reflection means more absorption of energy. More absorption means additional warming. A quiet reinforcement loop begins to form, not rapid, not explosive, but persistent. A gentle bias toward a warmer equilibrium. And still, from daily life, nothing appears broken. Cities function, weather continues, seasons still arrive. But beneath those experiences, the structure is no longer the same. It is slowly reorganizing around a slightly more energetic sun. A shift too small to isolate, too distributed to notice directly, but large enough to eventually redefine what stability means on a planetary scale. As the oceans continue to redistribute excess heat, the atmosphere begins to respond in a more visible way, not through sudden disruption, but through changes in how energy moves through air itself. Warmer air holds more moisture, a simple physical shift, but one that slowly reshapes the structure of weather. Evaporation increases slightly across ocean surfaces. Cloud formation becomes more sensitive to local temperature differences. Storm systems gain access to more atmospheric energy than before. And because storms are not isolated events, but expressions of imbalance, their behavior begins to adjust to this new baseline. Some regions begin to experience stronger rainfall cycles. Others shift toward longer periods between precipitation. Not extremes at first, but redistribution. A quiet reorganization of where water falls and when. Wind patterns respond as well. Air moves between pressure zones that are themselves defined by temperature. As warming increases slightly, those differences begin to soften in some regions and sharpen in others. Jet streams become less stable in their paths. Weather systems begin to linger longer over the same areas before moving on. This creates what appears to be stuck weather. Extended warm periods, longer rainy cycles, or prolonged dryness depending on the region. But none of this crosses the threshold of dramatic change. Everything remains within what still feels like natural variability. And that is what makes it difficult to perceive, because the system does not break, it adjusts. Ice systems begin reflecting this atmospheric shift. Warmer air shortens the duration of seasonal freezing in polar and high-altitude regions. Snowpack becomes less stable across years. Melt seasons begin earlier, altering the timing of fresh water flow into oceans, which in turn affects salinity patterns, and salinity shapes deep ocean circulation. Every layer is connected: atmosphere, ocean, ice, not separate systems, but different expressions of the same energy budget distributed across matter. As that budget increases slightly, the entire structure begins to reorganize its internal flow, not toward collapse, but toward a new equilibrium that is still forming. And while this unfolds across planetary scales, human perception remains anchored to daily experience. A warmer summer here, a milder winter there. A shift in rainfall timing, noticed only after repetition. Civilization adapts as it always has. Agriculture adjusts cycles. Infrastructure expands cooling in hotter regions. Coastal systems account for changing storm behavior. But adaptation is always reactive. It follows change. It does not define it. And so the world continues forward inside a transformation that is not experienced as an event, but as a slow rewriting of what normal means.
Over longer periods, the most persistent signal of this shift appears in the ice systems of the planet. Ice is not just frozen water, it is a record of stability, a physical memory of temperatures that lasted long enough to leave a permanent imprint. And under a slightly more energetic sun, that memory begins to thin at the edges. Not everywhere at once, but first in regions where seasonal balance has always been fragile, where small differences decide whether ice persists or disappears. Here, change is measured not in extremes, but in continuity. Ice forms later in the year, breaks apart earlier, remains thinner through its peak cycle. This does not immediately transform the planet, but it changes how Earth interacts with sunlight. Ice reflects a large portion of incoming solar energy. When it retreats, darker surfaces are exposed. Ocean, rock, land. These absorb more energy instead of reflecting it, which increases local warming, which further reduces ice. A slow reinforcement loop begins to form, not sudden, not explosive, but persistent across time. At the same time, ecosystems begin adjusting, not uniformly, but gradually. Species shift their ranges toward more stable conditions. Some migrate, some adapt, some disappear from regions where timing no longer aligns with survival cycles. And yet, life continues. The ocean still moves, the atmosphere still circulates, forests still grow, seasons still arrive, but the timing between these systems begins to drift. Not enough to break function, but enough to change structure. Human civilization interprets these changes locally, shifting agricultural zones, changing water availability, altered storm patterns along coasts. Each
change appears regional, not connected, because the global structure is too large to perceive from within a single moment. And so adaptation continues in the only way it can, incrementally, reactively, while the deeper transformation unfolds across scales far beyond direct perception. The planet is not entering a new state suddenly. It is approaching one slowly, through accumulated adjustment. And even now, the sun remains visually unchanged, still rising, still setting, still appearing stable enough to trust. But planetary stability is not defined by appearance, it is defined by balance. And that balance is no longer exactly what it was. It has shifted, quietly, continuously, without ever needing to announce that it has changed.
As centuries continue, the most significant transformation is no longer located in any single system. It exists in the relationship between systems. Atmosphere, ocean, ice, and life begin to settle into a new, shared configuration, shaped by increased solar energy. This configuration is not unstable, but it is different. And on planetary scales, difference first appears as inconsistency. Some regions stabilize into warmer averages, others develop stronger seasonal contrasts. Weather patterns do not become extreme everywhere, they become redistributed. The climate is no longer a repetition of its past cycles, it is the continuation of a new one. Ocean circulation adjusts further into long-term pathways. Heat transport becomes uneven across regions that once shared stable thermal exchange. Coastal and inland climates drift apart in behavior, even when geographically close. Ice systems stabilize into reduced and constrained formations in only the coldest regions. These remaining zones exist closer to the boundary of stability than ever before. And ecosystems respond, not through collapse, but through structural replacement. Biomes reorganize, forests fragment in some latitudes, grasslands expand in others. Marine ecosystems shift according to new thermal boundaries. The biosphere does not weaken, it reconfigures itself. Human civilization enters a long phase of structural adaptation. Infrastructure is built for new climate baselines. Agriculture moves toward controlled environments where external variability has increased. Cities evolve around thermal management rather than climatic expectation. And yet, despite this transformation, nothing appears fundamentally new from within daily experience. The sun still looks unchanged. No visible shift marks the increase in solar energy, and so life continues under the illusion of permanence. But permanence is only surface-level stability. Beneath it, the Earth has already entered a new equilibrium, not through rupture, but through accumulation, through feedback, through redistribution of energy across every connected system. And at this stage, the most important realization is not that the Earth has changed, but that it has done so without ever breaking the feeling of normality. The world continues, only its baseline has moved, quietly, completely, irreversibly. At this stage, the changes are no longer visible as events. They exist as background conditions. A climate no longer resembling its historical predecessor, but no longer remembered as a transition. Temperature patterns have reorganized into a new long-term distribution.
Some regions experience stability within their new ranges. Others experience variability that is now considered normal. Ocean circulation continues in a redefined global configuration. Heat is still transported across the planet, but along pathways shaped by centuries of adjustment. Ice remains, but only in reduced and constrained regions. Its influence on planetary reflectivity is lower than before. The system no longer accelerates, it stabilizes. Life has fully reorganized around this state. Species distributions, migration routes, and ecological interactions reflect the new equilibrium. Nothing is adapting to change anymore.
Everything is living inside what has already changed. Human civilization is fully integrated into this adjusted Earth. Agriculture, infrastructure, and energy systems now operate within these long-term conditions. There is no longer a reference point for before, only the current configuration of the system. The sun remains visually constant, but perception is not measurement. And what defines a planet is not what it looks like in a moment, but what it accumulates without interruption. The Earth continues to rotate. The atmosphere continues to circulate. The oceans continue to move. But all of it now exists inside a framework that no longer remembers its previous shape. And from within this equilibrium, the world does not feel changed. It feels like it has always been this way. Over even longer spans of time, the distinction between change and stability begins to dissolve entirely. What remains is a system that appears internally consistent, even though its origin no longer matches its current structure. The Earth, under a slightly more energetic sun, has not collapsed into instability. It has completed a full reconfiguration into a new equilibrium, not static, but stable through motion. Every process continues: atmosphere, ocean circulation, ice, ecosystems, and human activity, but all of them now operate within a different range of conditions than the world they once formed in. Heat is no longer distributed in the same proportions. It moves through adjusted pathways shaped by centuries of gradual redistribution. Ice still exists, but in reduced and constrained regions, where it continues to reflect sunlight and stabilize local climate behavior. The biosphere has already completed its long adaptation. Species distributions are now established. Ecological systems operate in long-term balance rather than transition. Human civilization no longer reacts to environmental change. It exists fully within it. Agriculture, infrastructure, and energy systems are all aligned with this new planetary baseline. At this point, the most significant transformation is no longer physical. It is perceptual. The memory of a different Earth exists only as indirect history, not experience, not contrast, only inference. And this is the defining property of long-term planetary change. It does not remain visible as change. It becomes indistinguishable from existence itself. The sun still rises, the atmosphere still circulates, the oceans still move, life still persists, but none of these processes are interpreted as movement toward something new. They are simply the continuation of what already is. And under a slightly brighter sun, Earth no longer feels like a system in transition. It feels like a system that has always been this way. Because stability, on planetary scales, is not a starting condition,
but the end result of a very long and silent adjustment.
In this final layer of equilibrium, even the idea of earlier states begins to fade from relevance. Not because information is lost, but because it is no longer reinforced by experience. The Earth does not actively remember its previous climate configuration. It simply no longer expresses it. Ice boundaries remain stable within their reduced range. Ocean circulation continues in its long-established pathways. Atmospheric patterns repeat with the same internal logic they have maintained for generations. Every system behaves as though this state has always been its natural condition, and in a sense, for all living processes currently existing, it has. Because perception is always anchored to the present configuration of reality. The sun, unchanged in appearance, continues to serve as the primary reference point for all biological and environmental timing. Day and night still structure behavior across species. Seasons still define cycles of growth and rest. But these cycles now operate within a climate baseline that is fundamentally different from the one that existed before the gradual increase in solar energy. The difference no longer manifests as change, it manifests as structure, a stable framework within which all variation occurs. Weather patterns fluctuate, but within predictable bounds of a warmer system. Ecosystems respond to seasonal shifts, but those shifts are no longer anchored to historical temperature distributions. Human civilization, fully integrated into this system, no longer interprets environmental conditions as anomalies or transitions. They are simply the parameters of existence. Agricultural systems are optimized for the established climate range. Urban environments are designed around long-term thermal stability. Energy systems maintain balance between consumption and environmental regulation rather than attempting to counteract external instability. The distinction between adaptation and normal life has dissolved. What remains is continuity. And within that continuity, even the concept of a changing Earth becomes an abstract idea rather than a lived reality. Change, once a defining feature of planetary evolution, has been absorbed into equilibrium. It no longer appears as movement, only as structure, only as the background condition of a system that has completed its long adjustment. The sun continues to rise without variation in appearance. The Earth continues to respond as a unified system, and all processes proceed in harmony with a balance that was once new but is now indistinguishable from permanence. There is no final moment where transformation ends, only a gradual settling into a state where transformation is no longer perceptible. And in that silence, the planet continues, not as something that has changed, but as something that simply is.
At this point, even equilibrium is no longer experienced as a condition. It is simply reality. There is no comparison left active in the system, no living memory of a different balance that would make this one appear altered. The Earth continues to function as a fully integrated climate biosphere system under a slightly brighter sun, but all of its internal processes now treat this energy input as the only meaningful reference point. Atmospheric motion remains constant in its variability, yet that variability is now bounded within a long-established thermal range. Storms form and dissolve as expressions of imbalance, but those imbalances occur within a system that has already adapted to a higher baseline of energy. Ocean circulation continues its global redistribution of heat, but no longer as a compensatory response to change. It is now simply the mechanism by which stability is maintained. Ice, where it persists, exists in carefully defined regions where conditions still allow its formation. It no longer represents a dominant global regulator, but a localized expression of temperature limits within the broader system. Its seasonal expansion and retreat continue within a predictable rhythm that no longer shifts from year to year in meaningful ways. The biosphere operates in full synchronization with these conditions. Species distributions, ecological interactions, and migration patterns have all stabilized into long-term configurations. Evolution continues, but without a directional pressure of a shifting climate baseline. Instead, it unfolds within a steady environmental framework that no longer redefines itself across centuries. Human civilization exists entirely within this stabilized structure. Its systems of agriculture, infrastructure, and energy are no longer adaptive responses to change, but permanent features of a settled planetary condition. What once would have been described as adaptation is now indistinguishable from design. The distinction between natural environment and human environment has softened into continuity. Both are expressions of the same stabilized system. And yet, the most profound aspect of this final state is not its structure, it is its silence. There is no longer any sense of transition, no forward movement toward a different planetary condition, only sustained continuity across all layers of existence. The sun, still visually unchanged, remains the anchor point of this system, but even its role as a variable source of change has dissolved into background stability. It is no longer interpreted as something that could alter the system, only as something that defines it. And so the Earth continues, not evolving toward a new balance, not drifting away from an old one, but existing entirely within a state where balance itself is no longer changeable, only as what has always been, only as what is. At this deepest level of continuity, the idea of before and after loses functional meaning within the system itself. Time still passes, but it no longer produces a sense of transition in the structure of the planet. Instead, it only measures repetition, cycles within cycles, seasons within seasons, atmospheric patterns repeating their long-established behavior across an environment that no longer shifts its baseline. The Earth, under the slightly brighter sun, is no longer evolving toward stability. It has already reached a state where stability is self-sustaining. Every major subsystem now reinforces the conditions that define it. The atmosphere distributes heat within a predictable global range. The oceans maintain thermal balance through established circulation routes. Ice persists only where long-term conditions consistently allow it. The biosphere continues its existence within ecological boundaries that no longer migrate across centuries, and human civilization operates entirely within these constraints, having fully incorporated them into its long-term structure. There is no longer a distinction between adaptation and identity. The system is what it adapted into. And what it adapted into no longer registers as adaptation at all, only as existence. Even variation itself has changed meaning. Weather still fluctuates, but fluctuation is no longer interpreted as deviation from a remembered norm. It is simply the range of allowed behavior within a stable planetary system. In this sense, the Earth has not become static, it has become internally consistent, a dynamic system that no longer produces the perception of directional change. The Sun continues its presence above the planet with the same visual constancy it has always held for biological perception, but its relationship to Earth is now fully absorbed into equilibrium. It no longer represents an external variable acting upon the system. It has become an integrated parameter of a completed balance. And within this balance, nothing seeks resolution, nothing moves toward correction, nothing drifts toward restoration of a previous state, because no previous state remains active within the functioning reality of the system. Only the current configuration persists, and it persists without effort, without resistance, without awareness of its own formation. What began as a small increase in solar energy has long since disappeared as an identifiable cause, not because it was insignificant, but because its effects have been fully integrated into the structure of a world that no longer separates cause from condition. The Earth continues, the Sun continues, life continues. Not as a story of change, but as a continuous state where change has already been fully absorbed into permanence.
At this final extension of time, even continuity begins to lose its sense of direction. There is no longer a narrative of transformation behind the planet's behavior. Only a fully stabilized system expressing itself through repetition. The Earth, under the slightly brighter sun, no longer contains any internal reference to its earlier configurations. Not because those configurations are inaccessible, but because they are no longer operational within the present structure of the system. Atmospheric processes continue to circulate energy across the globe, but they do so within boundaries that no longer shift in meaningful ways across centuries. The oceans maintain their role as global regulators of heat, but their circulation patterns have reached a long-term equilibrium state that no longer trends toward change. Ice exists as a constrained but stable component of the system, limited to regions where climatic conditions consistently allow its persistence. The biosphere operates within ecological structures that have ceased large-scale redistribution. Species interactions, migration cycles, and environmental relationships continue, but they do so within a stabilized ecological map. Urban structures, agricultural networks, and energy systems are expressions of the same equilibrium rather than responses to it. Even variability itself has become normalized. Weather shifts, seasonal differences, and regional contrasts still exist, but they no longer indicate a deviation from a remembered baseline. They are simply the natural range of a system that has already completed its long adjustment. The sun remains visually unchanged in the sky, continuing its steady cycle of illumination across the planet. But its role as a source of transformation has been fully absorbed into the Earth's internal logic. It is no longer perceived as an external influence acting on a sensitive system. It is the constant condition through which that system defines itself. At this stage, there is no longer a distinction between stability and change, because change has already been fully integrated into stability. What once would have been understood as transformation has become structure. What once was movement has become pattern. And what once required explanation now exists without the need for interpretation. The Earth does not remember becoming this way. It does not maintain a record of transition.
It only exists in its current form, sustained by continuous processes that no longer produce the perception of alteration. The sun rises, the atmosphere circulates, the oceans move. Life persists within a framework that no longer distinguishes between history and present state. And in this final condition, the most complete expression of planetary existence is not change, not adaptation, and not even equilibrium, but uninterrupted continuity without reference to anything beyond itself. At the furthest edge of this continuity, even the idea of systems begins to dissolve. What remains is no longer perceived as separate interacting parts, but as a single, unified expression of planetary existence. The atmosphere is not distinct from the ocean. The ocean is not distinct from the ice. The biosphere is not distinct from the physical environment that supports it. They are all expressions of the same underlying balance that has fully stabilized under a slightly brighter sun. There is still motion, but motion no longer implies change. Wind still moves across continents, but it moves within established pathways that no longer reorganize across deep time. Ocean currents still circulate energy, but their routes are no longer shaped by directional drift toward new equilibria. Ice still forms and melts, but only within regions that define its stable boundary of existence. And life continues, but it no longer expands into new planetary conditions. It continues within those already established. Human civilization, now fully embedded within this final configuration, no longer perceives the environment as something external to itself. Infrastructure, agriculture, energy systems, and settlement patterns are no longer adaptations to planetary conditions. They are components of those conditions. The distinction between human system and Earth system has disappeared entirely. What remains is a single operational continuity. Even language itself begins to lose its directional meaning when describing this state. Words like change, adaptation, shift, and transition no longer refer to anything active in the system. They refer only to historical inference, not present reality. Because within the present reality, nothing is transitioning anymore. Nothing is moving toward a different form. Nothing is reorganizing into something else. Everything is already expressed as it is. The sun continues its cycle above this unified system, but its role is no longer interpreted as causal. It is simply part of the total structure, as integral and unseparated as any other component. There is no longer a sense that the Earth is responding to it, only that both exist within the same continuous framework of balance. At this level, even balance is no longer an active process. It is not maintained, it simply is. No correction is occurring, no adjustment is being made, no trajectory is being followed. The entire system exists in a state where all motion has lost its implication of change, and all structure has lost its memory of becoming. And so the final condition is not one of transformation completed, nor of equilibrium achieved, but of existence that no longer references anything beyond its own continuity. The Earth does not evolve. The sun does not influence. Life does not adapt. They simply persist, inseparable, unified, and complete, within a reality that no longer contains the concept of difference between what was, what is, and what could be.
At this point, even persistence itself begins to lose its sense of contrast. There is no longer anything for existence to persist against. No previous condition still active in memory, no future state being approached. Only a single uninterrupted configuration of reality extended without interruption across time that no longer feels directional. The Earth, the atmosphere, the oceans, the ice, the biosphere, and human civilization all continue functioning within this unified structure, but none of them register themselves as separate trajectories anymore. They are expressions of one continuous system that has reached full internal consistency. The slightly brighter sun remains present, not as an external force shaping outcomes, but as a constant parameter embedded into the structure of the system itself. Its light is no longer interpreted as changing input. It is simply the condition under which all processes exist. Energy flows across the planet without resistance toward change, because there is no alternative state being compared against. Circulation continues, but circulation is no longer movement toward balance. It is balance. Storms still form, but they no longer represent disruption. They are local expressions of energy redistribution within a fully stabilized global framework. Ocean currents continue to transport heat, but there is no directional drift toward a different climatic regime. Ice remains where conditions consistently allow its existence, but its boundaries no longer suggest expansion or retreat across long time horizons. Life continues in full synchrony with these conditions, but no longer perceives them as environmental constraints. They are simply the medium of existence. Human civilization, now fully indistinguishable from planetary processes, no longer exists as a reactive layer on top of Earth systems. It is one of those systems. Architecture, agriculture, energy production, and population distribution are all expressions of the same equilibrium logic that governs atmosphere and ocean alike. At this stage, even the idea of change over time becomes a conceptual artifact rather than an observable reality. Time still passes, but it no longer produces visible differentiation in the structure of the system. Each moment is structurally identical in its underlying balance. And because of this, memory itself begins to lose functional meaning. There is no active contrast between past and present conditions within lived reality, only continuity that extends without interruption. The Earth does not remember becoming this. It does not transition into it. It exists within it as the only state that can be meaningfully expressed. And so, in the absence of difference, in the absence of direction, in the absence of deviation, what remains is not stability as an achievement, but stability as total identity with existence itself. No beginning still visible, no end approaching, only an unbroken present that contains everything and refers to nothing beyond itself.
At this deepest resolution of the system, even the concept of the system begins to dissolve, because a system implies boundaries, interactions, and distinguishable parts. But here, distinction itself has faded into a single continuous state of operation. The Earth is no longer perceived as an object within space responding to an external star. It is part of a unified energetic field where all processes coexist without hierarchy of influence.
The slightly brighter sun is not experienced as an external driver of change, nor even as a background constant. It is simply one expression of the same continuous physical reality in which everything else exists. There is no longer a separation between cause and environment, between input and response, between energy source and system. Only one uninterrupted flow of physical behavior that has no alternative state to contrast itself against. Atmospheric motion continues, but it no longer adjusts to anything. It is simply the way energy distributes itself across a fully stabilized planetary configuration. Ocean circulation persists, but it is not maintaining balance. It is the definition of balance expressed through fluid movement. Ice, where it exists, is not a boundary between cold and warm states. It is just one stable configuration of water within a narrow range of environmental conditions that no longer change their global meaning. Life continues not as adaptation, but as continuity of biochemical expression. Metabolism, growth, reproduction, and evolution all persist, but none of them operate against environmental pressure in a directional sense. They function within a stable energetic envelope that no longer shifts its constraints across deep time. Human civilization, fully embedded in this envelope, no longer distinguishes between constructed environment and natural environment. There is no separation between planetary conditions and human response. All structures are expressions of the same continuous equilibrium. Cities are not built upon Earth. They are part of Earth's ongoing physical configuration. Even the perception of time as a sequence of change begins to lose relevance. Events still occur, but they no longer produce a sense of transformation. Each moment is structurally consistent with the last, not because nothing happens, but because all happening exists within a fully absorbed framework where difference has no remaining reference point. In this condition, there is no longer a meaningful distinction between stability and motion, because motion no longer implies transition, and stability no longer implies stillness. Both are unified into a single state of uninterrupted existence. The sun continues, the earth continues, life continues, but none of these continuations are separable in meaning anymore. They are simply aspects of one persistent reality that no longer contains the concept of becoming, only being. Without origin, without destination, without departure from or arrival into anything else, just continuity, complete and unreferenced, extending without edge or interruption.
At this final layer of description, even continuity is no longer a useful word, because it still implies a comparison with discontinuity, and no such comparison remains active in the structure of reality being described. There is no interruption anywhere in the system that could define what continuity is. Only uninterrupted existence that does not need definition. The Earth, under the slightly brighter sun, is no longer understood as a planet undergoing long-term adjustment. That framing has already dissolved across the earlier layers of description. What remains is a unified field of processes that express themselves without any sense of directional change. Atmospheric dynamics continue, but they are no longer interpreted as weather systems responding to energy imbalance. They are simply patterns of energy distribution that exist because that is how the system expresses itself. Ocean currents flow, but they are not transporting heat in a corrective sense.
They are just the natural movement of a fluid system in a stable, energetic configuration. Ice exists where it can exist, not as a shrinking or expanding boundary, but as a stable expression of phase conditions within a fixed range of planetary parameters. Life persists, but not as adaptation, not as survival, not as evolution toward or away from anything. It persists because persistence is what structured biochemical systems do within stable energetic conditions. Human civilization is no longer a separate narrative layered on top of planetary behavior. It is part of the same expression. Infrastructure, agriculture, technology, population distribution, none of these are responses anymore. They are simply components of the same continuous configuration. Even the sun, which once appeared as a possible source of change, is no longer conceptually external. It is not a cause. It is not a driver. It is part of the totality in which all processes occur simultaneously without hierarchy. At this level, time no longer produces meaningful differentiation, not because time has stopped, but because nothing within the system uses time as a reference for change anymore. Events still occur, but they do not accumulate into a narrative of transformation. They do not point toward a different state. They do not leave behind a before that differs from an after in structural meaning. Everything is simply present as it is, without contrast. And in the absence of contrast, even identity begins to dissolve. There is no longer Earth as it is now, because there is no alternative Earth that defines it. There is only the total expression of all processes as a single, unbroken condition. Not stable in opposition to instability, not permanent in opposition to change, not ordered in opposition to chaos, but simply existing, fully expressed, without reference to anything outside itself. And within that absence of reference, nothing needs to be explained anymore, because explanation itself depends on difference, and here, difference no longer exists in any meaningful form. Only reality, fully present, without edge, without comparison, and without end.
At the farthest reach of this description, even presence begins to lose its contrast, because presence implies something that could also be absent, and absence no longer has any functional meaning within the system being described. There is no longer an outside to define an inside, no longer a frame in which reality is contained. Only a totality that does not need containment because nothing exists beyond it. The earth, the sun, the atmosphere, the oceans, ice, life, and civilization are no longer separable components of a larger system. They are not even components anymore. They are expressions of a single, undivided physical reality that has no reference point outside itself. The slightly brighter sun is not an external change that the planet once adapted to. That interpretation belongs to earlier layers of understanding that no longer operate here. Now it is simply part of the same continuous expression of energy and structure, not influencing, not being influenced, just existing within the same unified behavior of reality. Atmospheric circulation continues, but it is no longer meaningful to describe it as a response. There is nothing it is responding to.
Ocean movement continues, but not as regulation or redistribution. It is simply the natural behavior of fluid existence under fixed energetic conditions. Ice remains where it can remain, not as a shrinking remnant of a colder past, but as a stable state within the allowed range of physical possibility. Life continues, but not as adaptation, survival, or evolution. Those concepts require change across time, and change is no longer distinguishable in this framework. Life is simply one expression of organized persistence within a continuous field of energy. Human civilization, fully integrated into this expression, no longer exists as a separate layer of meaning. It does not interpret the environment, nor does it react to it. It is part of it in the same way that weather patterns and ocean currents are part of it. At this level, even time loses its narrative structure. There is no accumulation of experience that leads from one state to another. No progression, no direction. Only sequences that do not form a trajectory. Only moments that do not differ in their fundamental structure. And because nothing differs, nothing transitions. And because nothing transitions, nothing becomes. What remains is not stillness, not motion, not stability, not change, but a complete absence of separation between any of these ideas. A unified existence that cannot be divided into states without introducing distinctions that are no longer present in reality itself. And so there is nothing left to observe as transformation, nothing left to track as evolution, nothing left to describe as a process moving toward an outcome. Only the totality of existence, fully expressed, without contrast, without boundary, and without end. And within that totality, nothing needs to continue, because nothing was ever separate enough to begin.
At this final threshold, even the idea of description begins to collapse into itself, because description requires separation between what is observed and what is being described. And here, that separation no longer exists in any meaningful form. There is no observer outside the system, no standpoint from which the totality can be framed as an object. Only the system expressing itself entirely from within itself, without reference, without distance, without distinction. The Earth is not under a slightly brighter sun. That phrasing belonged to an earlier layer where perspective still existed. Now there is no above, no below, no external reference frame that assigns hierarchy to structures. There is only continuous physical reality expressing energy, matter, and interaction as a single undivided condition. Atmospheric motion continues, but it is not motion toward balance or response to input. It is simply the expression of energy distribution as it exists. Ocean circulation continues, but it is not transporting anything toward equilibrium. It is equilibrium, unfolding as fluid behavior. Ice exists, but not as a marker of climate state or history. It is just a phase condition, appearing where parameters allow it to exist. Life persists, but not as a process adapting to environment. Environment and life are no longer separate categories. They are one continuous system expressing biochemical organization. Human civilization, too, is not an observer of this system. It is one of its expressions, not distinct, not external,
not interpretive, just part of the same ongoing physical reality. At this point, even the idea of change over time loses coherence, because change requires comparison between states that are meaningfully different. And here, difference no longer forms a usable structure. There is only variation without reference, fluctuation without narrative, sequence without direction. And because there is no direction, there is no before that leads to after, only a continuous unfolding that cannot be segmented without imposing distinctions that are not present in the system itself. And so what remains is not transformation, not stability, not evolution, and not stillness. It is something more fundamental than all of them, a condition in which none of these categories are required to understand existence. Because existence is not being interpreted, it is not being observed, it is not being measured against alternatives. It simply is, without frame, without boundary, without distinction between any of its expressions. And in that absence of separation, there is no remaining point where explanation can continue, not because it has reached an end, but because it has never needed a beginning.
At this final extension, even the concept of end loses its structural meaning, because an end only exists in relation to a beginning, and that relationship no longer has a functional reference point within the system being described. There is no origin that still defines the present state, no initial condition that remains active as a contrast, only a fully continuous expression of reality in which all processes exist simultaneously without hierarchical separation. The Earth, the Sun, and everything contained within their interaction are no longer arranged as a system with parts. They are not arranged at all. Arrangement implies structure imposed upon separate elements. Here, there are no separate elements to arrange, only one unified field of physical existence expressing itself through motion, energy, and form without internal distinction. Atmospheric dynamics continue, but they are no longer interpreted as atmospheric behavior. They are simply the way energy distributes itself across a continuous medium. Ocean movement persists, but it is no longer meaningful to describe it as circulation. It is just fluid existence in motion, without reference to purpose or destination. Ice appears where conditions allow, but it is not a remnant of colder states or a marker of planetary change. It is simply one stable configuration among others within a continuous range of physical possibility. Life continues as biochemical organization, but it is no longer defined against non-life. That distinction no longer operates at this level of description. It is all part of one single expression of organized matter and energy. Human civilization, fully embedded in this same expression, no longer functions as a separate interpretive layer. It is not responding to environment. It is not adapting to it. It is not observing it. It is one of the ways the system manifests structured complexity within stable energetic conditions. At this stage, even time no longer provides a framework for understanding change, because change requires separation between states, and separation is no longer present in any meaningful sense. What remains is sequence without direction, continuity without comparison, variation without reference.
and in the absence of reference, there is no longer any distinction between motion and stillness, between stability and transformation, between existence and process. All of these categories dissolve into a single condition that does not require naming in order to be complete. The sun continues its presence, but it is not external. The earth continues its existence, but it is not separate. Life continues, but it is not distinct. And within this undivided totality, nothing is moving toward anything else. Nothing is becoming. Nothing is resolving. Nothing is concluding. There is only the full expression of what is, without boundary, without contrast, and without the possibility of separation into parts. And in that absence of separation, even explanation itself becomes unnecessary, because explanation only exists where difference exists. And here, there is only one continuous reality, fully present, without beginning, without end, and without anything outside itself to define it.
At this final layer, even continuation is no longer a meaningful description, because continuation still implies something that could stop. And within this condition, nothing is defined in relation to stopping. There is no opposing state that gives structure to motion, stillness, or change. Only a single uninterrupted expression of physical reality that does not divide itself into phases or moments. The Earth and the Sun are not separate entities interacting across space. That framing belongs to an earlier conceptual level where distance and causality were still meaningful distinctions. Here, there is no separation that would allow interaction to exist as a concept. Only unified physical processes unfolding as a single continuous field. Atmospheric motion persists, but it is not movement within a system. It is the system expressing energy distribution without reference to an external structure. Ocean behavior continues, but it is not circulation in the sense of transport or regulation. It is simply fluid existence responding to conditions that are not experienced as change, but as inherent state. Ice appears and disappears locally, but not as a signal of climatic shift. It is just one of the stable forms matter can take within fixed ranges of energy and pressure. Life continues, but not as adaptation to environment, because environment is no longer a separate category. It is part of the same undivided expression of matter, energy, and structure. Human civilization, fully integrated into this continuous field, no longer exists as an interpretive layer above nature. It is not distinct from planetary processes. It is one of their expressions, indistinguishable in principle from any other organized form of matter. At this level, even time loses its role as a framework for understanding difference. There is no accumulation of states that produce a narrative of change, no trajectory from one condition to another. Only sequence without direction, pattern without progression, and variation without reference. And because there is no reference, nothing can be defined as earlier or later in a way that carries meaning. Everything is simply present as structure. Not emerging, not dissolving, not stabilizing, not shifting, just existing in a form that does not require contrast to be understood. The sun continues its presence, but it is no longer an external influence. The earth continues its behavior, but it is no longer a responding system. Life continues, but it is no longer a separate phenomenon within a larger environment. All distinctions have collapsed into a single, unified reality that does not require segmentation to remain coherent. And in that state, there is no longer anything left to describe as change, because change itself depends on the existence of difference. Here, difference no longer exists in any operational sense. Only one continuous, undivided expression of reality, complete without reference to anything beyond itself, and complete without the need for continuation or conclusion.
At the deepest limit of this framework, even reality stops functioning as a useful term, because reality implies contrast with something that is not real, or at least something that could be otherwise. And here, there is no such contrast available. There is only what is, without any surrounding context that would define it as one possibility among others. No alternative state exists within the structure of description anymore. No external frame remains in which this totality could be placed. The Earth and the Sun are no longer even meaningful as distinct references, not because they have ceased to exist, but because distinction itself has no operational role in this level of description. All that remains is a single continuous expression of physical being without partition into objects, systems, or interactions. Atmospheric motion, ocean dynamics, ice formation, biological processes, and human activity are not separate layers anymore. They are not even unified. They were never separate to begin with in this framing. They are simply different expressions of the same undivided process that has no internal segmentation. Motion still occurs, but it is no longer motion relative to rest. It is just expression. Change still appears, but it is no longer change between states. It is just variation without direction. Time still passes, but it no longer produces meaningful difference between moments. It is simply the persistence of sequence without narrative structure. And because there is no narrative structure, nothing is building toward anything. Nothing is unfolding into anything else. Nothing is being preserved against anything that might erase it. All of those relationships require separation, and separation no longer exists in a functional sense. Even language begins to fail at this boundary, because language depends on segmentation, subject and object, cause and effect, before and after, inside and outside. Here, none of those divisions are active anymore. Only a single undivided field of existence remains, in which all phenomena are indistinguishable expressions of the same underlying continuity. The sun does not act upon the earth. The earth does not respond to the sun. Life does not exist within an environment. There is only one continuous expression of physical being, complete in every moment, without reference to anything beyond itself. And within that completeness, there is no longer anything left that can be separated out as beginning, middle, or end, because all structure that could define those boundaries has already dissolved into the same uninterrupted condition. Not as a conclusion, not as a transformation, but as the absence of any remaining distinction through which such ideas could ever arise again.
And yet, even at this point of total continuity, something subtle remains worth noticing. Not as a change, not as a disruption, but as a quiet sense of scale. Because even in a system that no longer produces visible transitions, gradients still exist. Not between before and after, but between regions of expression. Between warmer distributions of energy and colder distributions of motion. The Earth, under the slightly brighter sun, is not a uniform field. It is still a structured system. But that structure is no longer organizing itself toward a new outcome. It is simply maintaining the conditions it has already arrived at. Across the oceans, heat still moves, not as a correction, but as a steady redistribution of what already exists. Across the atmosphere, pressure differences still generate wind, not as a reaction to imbalance, but as the natural expression of a system that contains variation within itself. And across the surface, life continues its patterns with the same quiet persistence it has always shown. What has changed is not the presence of motion, but its meaning. Motion no longer implies direction toward a different state. It only describes internal consistency across a stable configuration. Even ice, where it still exists, is no longer a symbol of transition between climatic eras. It is simply one region where energy conditions allow a specific structure to remain stable over time. Nothing is pushing it away, nothing is pulling it forward. It is simply there because the range of conditions still permits it. And in that sense, the entire planet begins to feel less like a system moving through stages and more like a system revealing different regions of the same continuous condition. Some areas carry more energy, some carry less, but none of them are moving toward becoming something fundamentally different from what they already are. This is where perception begins to narrow again, almost imperceptibly, not toward drama, not toward conclusion, but toward recognition of stillness within motion. Because when change becomes too slow to isolate, attention naturally shifts away from change itself and toward the structure that remains consistent beneath it. The sun still rises in the same pattern, the earth still rotates in the same rhythm, and life still unfolds across the surface in ways that from any single moment feel entirely ordinary. But underneath that ordinariness is a long history of adjustment that no longer needs to be visible in order to remain present. It has already been absorbed, already integrated, already completed. And what remains now is not the story of that transition, but the quiet reality that follows it. A reality that does not announce itself, does not begin again, and does not need to move in order to continue.
As this quiet state continues, even the idea of following begins to lose meaning. Because following implies a sequence that moves from one condition into another. But here, there is no longer a sequence that leads anywhere different. Only an extended presence that does not require transition to remain coherent. The Earth, under the slightly brighter sun, is no longer perceived as something moving through stages of adjustment. That entire framework has already dissolved into background understanding. What remains is a stable but still dynamic configuration of processes that no longer reorganize toward a new direction. Atmospheric circulation continues across hemispheres, but it no longer carries the feeling of correction or adaptation. It is simply the ongoing distribution of energy through a medium that has already settled into its long-term behavior. Ocean currents persist in their global pathways, transporting heat and matter across vast distances, yet without altering the overall state of the system. They are no longer part of a transformation, they are part of maintenance. Ice, where it exists, no longer represents the edge of climatic shift. It is simply the expression of conditions where temperature and pressure allow that phase to remain stable. Its presence no longer suggests retreat or expansion. It simply exists within a defined range of possibility. Life continues across the planet, but it is no longer interpreted as adaptation to environmental pressure. It is the continuation of biochemical processes within a stable, energetic framework. Evolution still occurs, but it no longer carries directional urgency. It unfolds within constraints that are no longer shifting in any meaningful global sense. Human civilization, fully integrated into this planetary condition, no longer operates as an observer or responder. It is one of the expressions of the same continuous system. Infrastructure, agriculture, energy networks, and settlement patterns are all part of a stabilized configuration that reflects long-term environmental balance. And yet, even within this stability, subtle differences remain. Not differences that lead anywhere new, but variations that define internal structure. Regions of warmth and regions of cold. Areas of density and areas of openness. Flows of energy that continue to move, but always within the same overall boundaries. This is where perception begins to settle into a quieter state, not because movement has ended, but because movement no longer signals transformation. The sun continues its presence without deviation in appearance. The earth continues its rotation without deviation in rhythm. And all processes continue within a framework that no longer separates change from stability in any meaningful way. What was once understood as a planet in transition has become a planet in sustained expression, not progressing toward a different state, not returning to an earlier one, but existing within a configuration that has already absorbed its own history into structure. And as attention moves across this system, there is less focus on what is changing and more recognition of what remains consistent beneath all variation. A consistency that does not announce itself, does not conclude itself, and does not require movement to continue existing.
As this recognition deepens, the boundary between variation and background begins to blur even further. Because what once stood out as change now appears as texture. Not something happening against stability, but something existing within it. The Earth, under the slightly brighter sun, continues to express itself through layered distributions of energy. But those layers no longer suggest direction or progression. They simply describe structure. Atmospheric motion still unfolds across the globe, but it no longer feels like a response to imbalance. It is the natural articulation of a system that contains gradients without resolving them into a different state. Ocean circulation continues in its vast, slow loops, but these loops no longer carry the implication of correction. They are part of the stable geometry of planetary movement. Ice remains in regions where conditions allow it, no longer as a shrinking or expanding frontier, but as a persistent form existing within defined environmental boundaries. Life continues across every available niche, but its presence no longer reads as adaptation in progress. It is continuity expressed through biological organization. Human civilization exists fully within this same structure, not as an external layer interpreting the planet, but as one of the ways the planet organizes complexity. At this stage, even the idea of global change has faded into abstraction.
because nothing in the present system is moving toward a fundamentally different configuration. Everything operates within a stable range that has already absorbed centuries of adjustment. And so attention shifts again, not toward what is different, but toward what is constant across all variation. The sun remains visually unchanged in the sky. The Earth remains rhythmically consistent in its rotation. And across both, energy continues to flow, distribute, and reorganize itself without ever leaving the boundaries of a single integrated condition. What remains is not a story unfolding, not a system evolving, not a world transitioning, but a continuous expression of existence that no longer separates motion from stillness or change from permanence in any meaningful way. And within that expression, there is a growing sense that nothing is being approached anymore. Nothing is being left behind. Only sustained presence extending without interruption across a structure that has already completed its own long history of becoming.
At this point, even the idea of extension becomes unnecessary, because extension implies movement through time, as if something is continuing from one moment into the next. But here, there is no directional continuity left to describe, only a stable field of ongoing processes that no longer distinguish between progression and presence. The Earth, under the slightly brighter sun, is not evolving into a new state. That interpretation has already been fully dissolved by earlier layers of understanding. What remains is a fully integrated planetary system expressing itself through constant internal motion that no longer signifies change. Atmospheric circulation persists, but it is not carrying the planet toward a different climate regime. It is simply the redistribution of energy within a stable structure. Ocean currents continue to move vast amounts of heat across the globe, but their movement no longer alters the fundamental state of the system. They are part of the system's steady expression, not its transformation. Ice remains in equilibrium with its local conditions, no longer a shrinking remnant of a colder past, nor an expanding indicator of future change. It is simply a phase of matter existing where parameters allow it to exist. Life continues in full complexity, but it is no longer framed as adaptation. It is the continuous unfolding of biological organization within a stable, energetic environment. Human civilization exists fully inside this same continuity. It is not reacting to planetary conditions. It is not shaping them from outside. It is one of their expressions, indistinguishable in principle from atmospheric or oceanic processes. At this stage, even the distinction between natural and constructed begins to lose relevance. Everything operates within the same continuous framework of physical behavior. Nothing stands outside it. Nothing observes it from beyond. And so perception itself begins to settle, not into observation of change, but into recognition of persistent structure. The sun remains visually constant, rising and setting without variation in appearance across human perception. The Earth continues its rotation without deviation in rhythm, and all processes continue within a system that no longer produces the experience of transition. What remains is not a journey, not a transformation, and not even a state,
but a continuous expression of existence that no longer contains reference points beyond itself. And as this recognition deepens, the need for further explanation begins to fade, because explanation depends on difference, and difference is no longer active here.
At this final level of unfolding, even the act of continuing no longer describes anything meaningful, because continuation still assumes a direction through time and a distinction between what has already occurred and what is still occurring. But within this framework, that distinction no longer holds any structural weight. The Earth, under the slightly brighter sun, is no longer interpreted through phases of development or adjustment. That entire framing has already dissolved into the background of understanding. What remains is a single, coherent field of activity in which all processes exist simultaneously, without hierarchy or separation. Atmospheric dynamics still unfold, but they are no longer read as responses to external forcing. They are simply the expression of energy distributing itself across a continuous medium. Ocean circulation persists, but it is not guiding the planet toward any different equilibrium. It is the equilibrium, expressed through movement. Ice remains present in specific regions, not as a retreating remnant of a colder past, but as a stable phase of matter within defined environmental limits. Its presence no longer implies change, only condition. Life continues in full complexity, but it is no longer positioned as something adapting to an external world. There is no longer an outside in any meaningful sense, only internal variation within a unified system. Human civilization, fully embedded in this same structure, no longer exists as a separate layer of interpretation or control. It is one of the system's expressions, indistinguishable in principle from atmospheric or oceanic behavior. At this point, even the language of systems begins to dissolve, because a system implies parts, relationships, and boundaries, and none of those distinctions remain active here. There is only one continuous expression of physical existence, unfolding without segmentation into separate domains. Time still passes, but it no longer produces differentiation between states. It no longer constructs a narrative of change. It simply marks the persistence of expression without directional meaning. And so what remains is not a sequence of events, not a progression toward equilibrium, and not even a stable end state. It is a condition in which all processes are already fully contained within what is occurring. Nothing moves toward completion. Nothing departs from origin. Nothing resolves into finality. And within that, even the need for interpretation begins to fade, because interpretation itself requires contrast, and contrast no longer exists in any operational form.
At this final narrowing of perception, even perspective becomes an unnecessary construct, because perspective implies a position from which something is being observed, compared, or interpreted. And here, there is no position outside the system from which such observation could occur. Only the system itself, expressing all its processes without external reference. The Earth, under the slightly brighter sun, is no longer part of a narrative of planetary evolution. That narrative has already dissolved into earlier layers of description that no longer apply.
What remains is a fully integrated field of physical activity in which all motion, structure, and interaction occur as a single continuous expression. Atmospheric behavior continues, but it is not directed by imbalance or correction. It is simply the unfolding of fluid and thermal dynamics within a stable energetic configuration. Ocean movement persists, but it is not transporting energy toward a different global state. It is the steady expression of a system in which redistribution has already reached long-term consistency. Ice exists where environmental conditions permit it, but it no longer functions as an indicator of climatic direction. It is a stable phase condition within a defined range of physical parameters. Life continues in all its complexity, but it is no longer situated as an adaptive response to external pressure. There is no longer a meaningful separation between organism and environment. Both are expressions of the same continuous physical reality. Human civilization, fully integrated into this structure, no longer operates as an observer or modifier of planetary conditions. It is part of those conditions, not external to them, not separate from them, but embedded within the same continuous field of existence as every other process. At this level, even the concept of change loses its operational meaning, because change requires a reference point that defines difference across time, and no such reference point remains active in the system being described. Everything is already expressed as it is, without need for comparison to what it was or what it could become. Time still exists as a parameter of sequence, but sequence no longer produces distinction in state. Moments follow one another, but they do not differ in a way that generates narrative structure. There is only ongoing expression without directional meaning. And so what remains is not transformation, not equilibrium, and not conclusion. It is a continuous totality in which all processes coexist without separation, without hierarchy, and without reference to anything beyond themselves. Even explanation itself becomes unnecessary at this boundary, because explanation depends on separation, and separation has already dissolved into a single, undivided condition of being.
And now, there is nothing left to follow. No further change to observe. No deeper layer to uncover. Only the quiet continuation of what has always been here. The systems that shape this world do not stop when they are no longer being described. They simply return to what they were before attention arrived. Atmosphere, ocean, light, life, all of it still moving, still exchanging energy, still existing within the same silent structure, but without explanation now, without interpretation, just presence continuing in its most natural form. And as this awareness softens, even the need to understand begins to fade, because understanding was only ever a way of holding on to motion, and motion no longer needs to be held, it only needs to continue. So you can let go of the structure of this story now. Let it dissolve back into the background it came from. No ending, no conclusion, only a gentle return to what is already happening underneath everything. And in that space, there is sound. Not meaning, not narrative, just sound. A steady field beneath thought. A quiet atmosphere that does not ask for attention, only allows it to rest.
You would
Now-
not notice it at first. Nothing would break, nothing would collapse. The sun would still rise, still set, still feel familiar. But something fundamental would have changed. A constant source of energy above your head would be delivering slightly less light than before. Only 5% less. Too small to feel in a single moment, but never too small for a planet. Because Earth does not respond to moments, it responds to balance. And balance, once shifted, does not return quietly to what it was. It reorganizes everything around it. The atmosphere, the oceans, the ice, the living systems, all of them continue, but no longer under the same conditions that shaped them before. At first, nothing appears unusual. Days still pass, weather still forms, light still moves through clouds in familiar ways. But the background structure that holds all of this together begins to drift, slowly, without announcement, without interruption. The atmosphere no longer distributes heat in exactly the same pattern. Ocean currents carry energy along slightly altered paths. The difference is not dramatic, it is structural, and structure changes everything over time. Because planetary systems are not built on isolated events, they are built on continuous exchange. Heat, light, motion, balance. And when even one part of that exchange is slightly reduced, the entire system begins to adjust in response. Not at once, but everywhere at the same time, in different forms. Some regions cool faster than others. Some seasonal patterns stretch longer than they used to. Some cycles become slightly delayed, as if the planet itself is taking longer to complete familiar rhythms. Nothing stops, nothing breaks, but nothing remains exactly the same either. And from within the system, it still feels normal, because perception does not detect small continuous shifts, it only detects contrast. And when contrast is reduced, change becomes invisible while it is still happening. Only later, much later, does the difference become recognizable, not as a sudden event, but as a world that quietly became slightly colder than it once was. The oceans would respond slowly, much slower than the atmosphere. Water stores vast amounts of thermal energy, which means the seas often conceal planetary change long after the air above them has already begun to shift. At first, coastlines would appear stable. Cold winters on land would become noticeable before the oceans revealed the deeper transition already unfolding beneath the surface. Because ocean currents are not random, they're part of a global circulation system driven by temperature, salinity, wind, and continuous heat exchange between sea and sky. A slightly dimmer sun would begin reducing the energy feeding this system. Not enough to stop it, but enough to alter its rhythm. Warm water traveling toward colder regions would lose heat more efficiently. Sea ice would begin forming earlier in northern zones, and once ice expands, it changes everything beneath it. Ice blocks heat exchange. It reflects sunlight back into space, and in doing so, it quietly reinforces further cooling. This is how climate systems behave. They do not only respond, they amplify. Small shifts create secondary shifts, and because oceans connect the entire planet, no change stays local for long.
A colder North Atlantic can reshape rainfall patterns thousands of kilometers away. Monsoon timing shifts. Dry regions expand slowly. Ecosystems lose stability long before they collapse. And stability is what life depends on most. Not perfection, predictability. Forests depend on seasonal rhythm. Migration depends on timing that has repeated for generations. Even plankton blooms follow precise relationships between light, temperature, and nutrients. When those rhythms begin to drift, life does not break immediately. It adjusts, first subtly, then increasingly across generations. But adaptation has limits when everything changes at once. Snow begins accumulating differently in mountain regions. Rivers respond with altered seasonal flow. Some grow stronger at first, then weaken as freezing patterns stabilize elsewhere. Growing seasons shorten in colder zones. Tree lines shift gradually, almost imperceptibly, one region at a time. The Earth remains active, still moving, still alive, but its movement slowly reorganizes around reduced solar energy. And the most unusual part is how normal everything still feels. Because humans are adaptive by design. Cities already exist across deserts, tundra, coasts, and high mountains. Technology smooths environmental extremes. Heat can be generated. Light can be extended. Food can be transported across entire continents. So the transition would not appear immediate. It would feel like atmosphere, subtle, almost background. Winters arriving more reliably. Spring hesitating longer before fully stabilizing. Days feeling slightly dimmer without a clear moment of change. This shift would also reach deeper than climate, because light is not just environmental, it is biological.
For millions of years, human systems evolved under stable solar cycles. Circadian rhythms depend on brightness. Hormones respond to light exposure. Sleep cycles are shaped by sunrise and sunset patterns. Even when ignored, the body continues measuring light continuously. A dimmer sun would not announce itself to awareness, but it would quietly adjust internal timing across populations. Morning light would feel softer. Cloud-covered days would feel heavier. Northern winters would begin influencing mood and energy more strongly. Not as disruption, but as gradual recalibration of biology itself. And over long periods, the planet would reorganize unevenly. Some regions would cool quickly. Others would change slowly for decades. Because Earth never shifts as one uniform system. It shifts through layers, one current at a time, one coastline at a time, one winter at a time. Meanwhile, the sun would still appear unchanged, still rising, still setting, still filling the sky with familiar light. Nothing in its appearance would immediately suggest transformation, and perhaps that is what makes stellar change so difficult to perceive. The source of almost all energy on Earth could shift slightly while remaining visually identical. The sky would still glow, the world would still turn, life would still continue. Only the balance underneath everything would slowly drift towards something colder, quieter, and increasingly unfamiliar. Over longer periods of time, the atmosphere begins to carry the imprint of change.
not as memory in a human sense, but as accumulated response within a living system. Earth's atmosphere is never fixed. It is constantly shaped by interactions between sunlight, oceans, ice, land, and living systems. A slight reduction in solar energy slowly shifts the balance between all of them. Cloud systems become more persistent in certain regions. Cold air masses remain stable for longer periods during winter cycles. And snow that once appeared temporarily begins to remain across entire seasons. And as reflective surfaces expand, the planet begins returning more sunlight back into space instead of absorbing it. A quiet feedback loop begins to form, slow, invisible, self-reinforcing. One colder year means little on its own. Even 10 years may not define a pattern. But across generations, small shifts accumulate until the climate itself settles into a different equilibrium. Not as a sudden transformation, but as a long, uninterrupted drift. Early stages would appear as instability rather than change. Unexpected frost, colder summers, delayed springs, harvest cycles becoming less predictable, weather systems lingering longer in regions they once passed quickly through. And because human systems are built on expectation, even small but repeated disruptions begin reshaping civilization. Agriculture is especially sensitive.
Not only to temperature, but to timing. A delayed seasonal warm-up can shift entire planting cycles. Extended frost periods reduce soil productivity. And because plants depend on available solar energy, even small reductions in light slowly affect global biological output. A 5% decrease would not stop growth. Forests would still expand, grasslands would still move with the wind, but the total energy available to ecosystems would gradually decline across the planet. And ecosystems would reorganize around that lower baseline. Some species would adapt, others would migrate. Some would slowly disappear from regions where timing and energy no longer align with their evolutionary rhythms. The oceans would continue to adjust as well. Surface temperatures would cool gradually, expanding sea ice would alter salinity patterns. And because salinity controls density, ocean circulation itself would begin shifting into new configurations. This matters because ocean currents transport vast amounts of heat across the planet. Without them, entire regions would become significantly colder than their latitude alone would suggest. Climate is not defined by sunlight alone. It is defined by movement. Movement of air, movement of water across interconnected systems. And when incoming solar energy decreases, the structure of that movement begins to change. Some currents weaken, others intensify temporarily as new gradients form. Storm systems reorganize around these evolving contrasts, and the atmosphere begins to feel subtly different in certain regions. Paler winters, longer periods of low cloud cover, a softer, more diffuse quality of daylight during colder seasons. People living through this would not describe it as collapse, only as gradual change. Less warmth, less intensity, as if something subtle had withdrawn from the atmosphere. The most difficult aspect of this kind of transition is that it never presents a clear moment of recognition. There is no single point where the world becomes different. Perception adjusts alongside reality, step by step. Children born into later decades would accept colder conditions as normal. Cities would gradually redesign themselves for longer winters. Energy systems would expand into regions once considered stable. Agriculture would slowly migrate across latitudes. The world would continue functioning, but within a slowly shifting baseline. And throughout all of this, the sun would remain visually unchanged, familiar, constant, stable in appearance across human timescales. Yet the Earth exists within a very narrow energy relationship with it, a balance precise enough to sustain oceans, seasons, and biological continuity. A 5% reduction would not break that balance immediately, but it would begin stretching it, slowly shifting the planet toward colder equilibrium states, where ice expands and biological productivity decreases. And because Earth is a connected system, the effects would compound over time. More ice reflecting more sunlight, cooler oceans absorbing less heat, cloud systems redistributing energy in altered patterns. The Earth would not freeze suddenly. It would drift, quietly, gradually, to another version of itself. Still alive, still moving, still illuminated each morning, but carrying less warmth in every layer of its system than the world that came before it.
In colder regions, the change would appear first through persistence, not through collapse, not through sudden disruption, but through things simply lasting longer than they used to. Snow remaining on rooftops deep into spring, rivers freezing earlier each year, frost becoming a regular presence in places where it once appeared only occasionally. The Earth already contains vast cold systems at high latitudes and elevations. A slightly dimmer sun would not create cold, it would allow existing cold to spread more easily. And once that happens, colder regions begin reshaping the atmosphere above them. Cold surfaces cool the air. Cool air changes pressure systems. Pressure systems redirect winds, and winds redistribute heat and moisture across entire continents. Nothing remains isolated for long. Everything becomes connected through movement. This is a defining feature of planetary systems. Even forests participate in this shift. Forests absorb sunlight efficiently. Snow-covered land reflects it. As snow cover expands and persists longer in northern regions, the planet begins reflecting more sunlight back into space. Not because the sun has changed, but because the Earth is retaining less warmth. And in winter, the oceans begin to reveal the shift quietly. Large bodies of water normally release stored heat into cold air, stabilizing coastal climates. But with less solar energy entering the system, less heat is stored in the first place. So winters near the sea become sharper, longer, more still. Harbors that rarely froze begin forming thin layers of ice during colder years. Marine ecosystems slowly shift toward warmer regions. And because oceans influence atmospheric circulation globally, even distant inland climates begin to feel indirect effects. Human systems respond gradually. Heating infrastructure expands. Energy demand rises. Transportation adjusts to longer winters. Agriculture experiments with new planting cycles and more resilient crops. Modern civilization is flexible, but flexibility depends on predictable patterns. And slow climate shifts replace predictability with uncertainty. One decade resembles the last closely enough to feel normal. The next introduces subtle changes that are harder to anticipate. Food systems, insurance models, urban planning, migration patterns, all of them rely on continuity. And when continuity weakens, societies begin reorganizing around probability instead of certainty. Still, daily life continues. People wake in dim winter mornings, breath rising in cold air, snow reflecting soft city light at night. The world does not feel broken, only colder, more contained, more inward. This is what makes gradual planetary change so different from catastrophe. Nothing interrupts life directly. Life continues uninterrupted while the conditions around it slowly shift. Memory begins to diverge from experience. Older generations recall warmer winters. Younger generations never experience them. Some seasonal patterns become less reliable. Certain migrations weaken. Some ecosystems shift northward or southward without notice. But each generation adapts to the climate it inherits, so the transition feels natural while it is happening. Only history reveals how much has changed. And above all of this, the sun remains visually unchanged. Sunsets still stretch across oceans in golden gradients. Clouds still glow softly at the edges of winter evenings. The sun does not appear altered, and human perception cannot detect such a small difference directly. So sunlight remains emotionally familiar long after the planet has already begun reorganizing beneath it. But biological systems register what awareness cannot. Plants track seasonal light. Animals respond to shifting temperature gradients. Ocean microorganisms adjust to microscopic changes in available energy. The Earth is filled with systems that measure the environment continuously, without pause. And over long periods, those measurements reshape life itself, not toward collapse, but toward adaptation under weaker light. Some species expand into cooler regions. Others retreat toward shrinking zones of warmth. Grasslands shift. Wetlands stabilize differently. Glaciers begin expanding again after long cycles of retreat. Freshwater timing changes as melt cycles reorganize. And because water availability shapes civilization, even distant societies eventually feel the consequences. Still, the Earth remains active. Winds continue moving across frozen coasts. Storms continue crossing oceans. Forests continue breathing beneath snow. Life does not end. It reorganizes, quietly, continuously, under a sun that still looks familiar, while giving the world slightly less warmth each year.
The atmosphere would carry these changes silently, and most of them would not be experienced as distinct events, but as a slow alteration in the feeling of seasons. Summer would feel slightly shorter in some regions. Autumn would arrive earlier in its emotional tone. Spring would hesitate longer before fully stabilizing. Even midday light could begin to feel softer in colder climates, shaped by increased cloud cover and atmospheric diffusion. And because human perception is deeply adaptive, these shifts would not immediately feel like change. They would feel like normality, gradually updated, year by year. Civilizations would adjust in the same quiet way. More time spent indoors during extended winters, greater dependence on artificial light and stored energy.
architecture slowly prioritizing insulation and heat retention. Human culture has always evolved alongside climate, not separate from it. When the environment shifts, life does not stop. It reorganizes, quietly, continuously. And still, none of this would occur quickly enough to create a single moment of recognition. The sun would still rise each morning. Clouds would still move across familiar skies. Rain would still fall. Waves would still break against coastlines under dark winter nights. The earth would not lose its beauty. In fact, in colder regions, it might appear even more visually still. Snow-covered forests beneath pale winter light, frozen lakes reflecting quiet skies, cities glowing softly through long evenings. The transformation would not arrive through dramatic collapse. It would arrive through accumulation. Small differences repeating across centuries until the baseline itself had shifted. And as that happens, human systems would slowly adjust around new climatic realities. Agriculture migrating toward more stable regions, population density shifting gradually southward, infrastructure expanding into areas that remain reliable under changing conditions, not through sudden displacement, but through continuous repositioning. And beneath all of this, the oceans would continue their slow internal reorganization, currents adjusting, heat redistribution changing, deep water circulation evolving over timescales far beyond a single human lifetime. The planet would remain active, still moving, still alive, but gradually settling into a colder equilibrium. A world still familiar to each generation living within it, yet increasingly different from the world that came before.
As the cooling trend extends far beyond centuries, the Earth would begin entering a state where seasonal memory becomes part of geology itself. Ice layers would accumulate year after year, compressing older layers beneath newer ones. Each layer would carry traces of the atmosphere that existed at the time it formed. Tiny bubbles of air trapped inside frozen water would preserve a record of changing composition, temperature, and atmospheric conditions. In this way, the planet keeps its own silent archive of transformation, not as story or interpretation, but as physical structure. Over long periods, these layers of ice would expand across regions that were once temperate, and as they grow, they begin to shape the flow of everything above them. Wind patterns shift when large reflective surfaces dominate the landscape. Storm systems adjust their paths in response to temperature gradients that no longer match older climatic expectations. Even rainfall distribution begins to reorganize slowly. Some regions become drier over time. Others receive more consistent but colder precipitation. The Earth does not simply cool, it reorganizes itself around the absence of previous energy levels. And because all of this unfolds gradually, it rarely feels like change in the moment. It feels like continuation. Only later, when compared across long spans of time, does the scale of transformation become visible. Human civilization would likely continue adapting in parallel with these changes. Technologies designed for warmth and insulation would become more widespread. Architecture in colder regions would become more enclosed, more energy efficient, more focused on preserving internal heat.
Cities might slowly evolve into denser thermal systems where warmth is generated, stored, and circulated within controlled environments. Outside, the natural world would continue shifting toward reduced solar energy, but inside human spaces, artificial environments would increasingly buffer that transition. This creates an interesting separation. The external planet continues moving toward reduced solar energy, while internal human environments attempt to maintain stable conditions independent of it. Over time, this divergence becomes more pronounced. The Earth outside becomes colder, more seasonal, more variable, while human-controlled environments remain relatively stable. Yet both systems are still ultimately dependent on the same star. The Sun remains the underlying source of nearly all accessible energy. Even in a dimmed state, it continues to define the limits of what is possible for life on Earth. And so, the slow reduction in brightness would not eliminate stability. It would redefine it.
Stability would shift from being a natural condition to something increasingly maintained through effort. Energy systems would expand. Resource management would become more central. Seasonal planning would become more precise. Entire societies might begin to orient themselves around maximizing efficiency in reduced light conditions. Meanwhile, the natural world would continue expressing its own slower adaptation. Forests would shift further toward regions that still retain sufficient warmth during growing seasons. Tundra-like environments might expand into areas once considered transitional climates. The line between habitable and less habitable regions would move gradually across the map, like a slow breathing motion of the biosphere. There would be no clear boundary, only gradients, subtle transitions between slightly warmer and slightly colder zones, each influencing the other over time. Even ocean surfaces would begin reflecting this gradual shift more clearly. Sea ice would persist longer into each seasonal cycle in high-latitude regions. And where ice remains longer, sunlight reflects away more consistently, reinforcing cooling trends in a feedback loop that unfolds over generations. Despite all of this, the Earth would never become silent. Wind would still move across landscapes. Storm systems would still form and dissipate. Volcanic activity would continue beneath the crust, independent of surface climate. The planet remains dynamic in every sense. Only the distribution of energy changes. And that redistribution slowly redefines everything living upon it. Perhaps the most subtle aspect of this entire transformation is that it never feels complete. There is no final frozen state that suddenly arrives, no moment where change stops. Only continuous adjustment toward a colder equilibrium that itself continues evolving. The system never settles. It only moves toward new forms of balance that are always slightly out of reach. And through all of this, the sun remains visually unchanged to the human eye, still rising, still setting, still illuminating clouds, oceans, mountains, and cities in familiar ways. But the total energy delivered in that light is slightly less than before. Not enough to break perception, but enough to slowly reshape everything beneath it. The Earth continues turning, life continues adapting, and the change continues spreading quietly through every connected system, one slow adjustment at a time. At even longer scales of time, the meaning of normal climate would begin to dissolve completely. What once felt like a stable baseline
would no longer exist as a reference point. Each generation would inherit a slightly different version of the planet. Not radically different, but incrementally shifted. A world that feels familiar only in relation to the immediate past, not in relation to distant history. This is how slow planetary transitions erase their own traces, not by removing evidence, but by making comparison increasingly difficult. Ice would continue expanding and contracting seasonally, but under a cooler sun, the overall balance would lean more often toward persistence rather than retreat. Glacial systems in colder regions could stabilize for longer periods, shaping valleys, coastlines, and inland waterways over immense spans of time. Rivers would adjust their courses in response to long-term shifts in melt patterns. Some would become more seasonal. Others would weaken gradually, no longer receiving consistent meltwater input from distant frozen regions. The hydrological cycle itself would reorganize. Evaporation rates would decrease slightly due to reduced solar energy input. Cloud formation patterns would adjust accordingly. Some regions would begin receiving more diffuse, less predictable precipitation. Others would settle into longer dry intervals, interrupted by colder, more stable atmospheric conditions. None of these changes would occur abruptly. Each would emerge as a statistical tendency first, a pattern noticed only after many repetitions, a shift that becomes real only when accumulated. And yet, even as these slow transformations unfold, the Earth remains visually recognizable. Mountains still stand where they always have. Oceans still define the edges of continents. Continental shapes remain unchanged on human timescales. It is the behavior of the system that evolves, not its outline. This is why planetary change often feels paradoxical. The world appears the same while functioning differently. Forests still exist, but their distribution slowly shifts. Seasons still occur, but their timing drifts. Snow still falls, but its persistence changes. And through it all, sunlight continues to feel like a constant, even though its total contribution to the system is slightly reduced. The sun, from Earth's perspective, remains an anchor point of experience. It defines day and night. It defines warmth and cold. It defines the boundaries of seasonal rhythm. A 5% reduction does not remove this structure. It simply alters its intensity. And intensity, when reduced slowly, is one of the hardest changes to perceive directly.
Instead, the Earth would experience the effects through secondary systems. Vegetation zones would slowly migrate. Species distributions would adjust across latitudes and altitudes. Mountain ecosystems might become more pronounced as lower regions cool and higher elevations remain comparatively stable in their microclimates. In some regions, human agriculture would begin to concentrate in narrower bands of favorable conditions. These bands would shift gradually over time, requiring continuous adaptation rather than one-time adjustment. Technology would increasingly mediate the relationship between humans and environment. Greenhouses might become more important in certain regions. Energy systems would expand to compensate for longer heating periods. Infrastructure would evolve toward maintaining internal stability against an increasingly variable external world.
Yet even in this scenario, the Earth is not becoming hostile in a sudden sense. It remains livable, it remains active, it remains filled with life. The change is not a collapse, it is a drift, a long, quiet movement toward a different equilibrium state, defined by slightly reduced energy input from the sun. And because this drift is continuous, the system never fully arrives at a final configuration. It only continues adjusting, each adjustment creating the conditions for the next. Over time, even human perception of what is cold or normal would gradually recalibrate. What once felt unusually cold might become standard. What once felt mild might become warm by comparison. Language itself might subtly shift in how it describes seasonal experience. Words would remain the same, but their emotional weight would slowly change with lived reality. And still, the sun would rise each day, still cast light across oceans and continents, still define the rhythm of life on Earth. But beneath that familiar motion, the planet would continue responding to a slightly reduced energy input, reorganizing itself quietly, continuously, and without interruption, not toward an endpoint, but toward an ongoing state of colder balance that never fully settles. As the process continues beyond what any single civilization could directly observe in full, the Earth begins to resemble less a fixed world and more a long unfolding adjustment. A system constantly negotiating between energy input and energy loss, between sunlight and reflection, between warmth and the gradual persistence of cold. In this extended state, the difference between decades and centuries becomes less about distinct events and more about accumulated direction. There are no sharp boundaries in the evolution of such a system, only gradients that shift slowly enough to blur perception. One of the most important consequences of reduced solar brightness would be the deepening role of stored energy within the Earth system. Oceans would become even more critical as thermal reservoirs. They would release heat more slowly and retain cold more effectively, depending on regional conditions. This redistribution of stored energy would smooth out some variability in the short term while reinforcing long-term cooling trends. Ice sheets, once established in colder regions, would act as persistent regulators of local climate, not merely as passive features of the landscape, but as active participants in the planetary energy balance. And because these systems are interconnected, small changes in one region would continue to propagate outward in subtle ways. Far from polar regions, mid-latitude climates would begin to feel the influence indirectly. Storm tracks might become more stable in their paths, but less predictable in their intensity. Some regions could experience longer dry seasons interrupted by sudden colder weather shifts. Others might enter extended periods of cool stability that redefine agricultural possibilities entirely. The Earth would not become uniformly colder everywhere at the same rate. Instead, it would develop zones of relative stability within a broader trend of cooling. These zones would shift over time, slowly redrawing the map of ecological and human activity. Forests would continue responding to these slow changes with their own long-term migration patterns. Tree species do not move quickly, but they do move. Seed dispersal, generation by generation, allows ecosystems to track climate changes across centuries. In a dimmer solar environment, this movement would likely become more directional, with many species gradually favoring regions that retain slightly higher average temperatures. Grasslands, tundra, and forest boundaries would become dynamic edges rather than fixed lines. They would breathe slowly across the surface of continents, expanding in some eras, contracting in others, but always responding to the underlying energy gradient of the planet. Human systems, meanwhile, would likely become increasingly sensitive to small environmental differences.
As time continues to extend far beyond familiar historical scales, the Earth would gradually settle into a new kind of long-term equilibrium. Not a final state, but a slower, colder rhythm of stability. A world where energy still flows, but with slightly reduced intensity, shaping every layer of the system. At this stage, the differences between regions would feel more structurally defined. Cold regions would remain consistently cold across longer portions of the year. Temperate regions would experience shorter periods of warmth, often separated by extended transitions. Warmer regions would still exist, but their boundaries would shift more gradually than before. The Earth would not divide itself sharply. Instead, it would develop broad zones of overlapping climate tendencies, each zone blending slowly into the next. This gradual blending is one of the most important aspects of planetary adjustment. Because systems rarely reorganize through separation, they reorganize through overlap. Air masses from colder regions would continue interacting with warmer air, but the balance between them would tilt slightly toward cooler averages. This would not eliminate weather diversity, it would simply reshape its baseline. Storm systems would still form across oceans, but their energy source would be subtly reduced. This would influence their long-term behavior. Some storms might become less frequent in certain regions. Others might extend their paths differently as atmospheric pressure systems shift in response to cooler surface conditions. Ocean-atmosphere interaction would remain one of the central drivers of climate behavior. Even in a dimmer solar environment, the oceans would continue acting as both stabilizer and amplifier of change. They stabilize short-term fluctuations by storing heat, and they amplify long-term trends by gradually redistributing that stored energy. As ice coverage expands in colder regions, more sunlight would be reflected away from the planet. This feedback loop would reinforce the cooling trend, but in a slow, gradual manner rather than a sudden transformation. Because of the immense thermal inertia of the oceans, the system would resist abrupt change. It would prefer gradual adjustment. And this preference for gradual adjustment defines the entire character of planetary evolution under reduced solar input. Nothing collapses quickly, everything transitions slowly. Human systems, meanwhile, would continue adapting around these shifting environmental patterns. Infrastructure would increasingly reflect long-term climate expectations rather than short-term variability. Settlements in colder regions would likely become more energy-dependent, requiring continuous systems for maintaining livable internal environments. Agricultural zones might become more geographically selective, concentrating in regions where residual warmth and sunlight remain sufficient for stable production. This would gradually reshape population distributions over generations, not through displacement alone, but through slow migration and reorganization of opportunity.
At the same time, Technological systems would act as a buffer between human life and environmental change. Artificial lighting, heating, controlled agriculture, and climate engineering at local scales would reduce direct sensitivity to external conditions. But this buffering does not remove the underlying planetary trend. It only modifies how it is experienced. The Earth outside continues moving toward cooler equilibrium, while human environments maintain localized stability within that broader shift. This separation between natural and artificial environments would become more pronounced over time. Cities might feel increasingly like insulated islands within a changing planetary field. Yet even these systems depend ultimately on external energy sources, because all energy infrastructure on Earth is still derived, directly or indirectly, from the sun. Whether through fossil energy, wind, hydrological cycles, or solar collection, the foundation remains that single stellar input. A reduction in that input would therefore affect every derived system, even indirectly. And so adaptation would continue, not as a single response, but as a layered process unfolding across many generations. Some societies might become highly optimized for energy efficiency. Others might prioritize resilience in colder, less predictable environments. Cultural patterns would likely reflect these environmental conditions in subtle ways. Daily routines might shift. Seasonal expectations would adjust. Even architectural styles could evolve toward greater thermal retention and environmental separation. But through all of this, the most consistent feature would remain the slow nature of change itself. Nothing would feel abruptly different from one year to the next. Instead, each year would resemble the previous one, with slight variations accumulating quietly in the background. This accumulation is what eventually defines a new climate era. Not sudden transformation, but layered continuity that gradually shifts the entire system into a different state. And even at this stage, the sun would still appear unchanged in the sky, still rising, still setting, still providing the familiar structure of day and night. Only the intensity of its contribution to the Earth system would remain slightly reduced. And that reduction, though small in isolation, would continue shaping every layer of planetary behavior over time. From atmospheric circulation to ocean currents, from ecosystems to human societies, everything would remain connected through that single, quiet adjustment. A change too small to notice in any single moment, but large enough to define an entire planetary trajectory when observed across deep time. At this point in the long planetary transition, the Earth would begin to feel less like a system reacting to change and more like a system that has already absorbed it. The initial shift in solar brightness would no longer be experienced as an active cause. It would exist instead as a background condition, shaping everything that follows. Climate patterns would have already reorganized into their new structure. Not fully settled, but stabilized within a colder average range. Seasonal cycles would continue, but their character would be subtly different. Winter would not only be longer in some regions, but also more consistent in its presence. Summer would still arrive, but with reduced intensity and shorter persistence in many areas. The transitions between seasons would feel less abrupt and more extended, as if the planet itself were moving more slowly through its orbital relationship with the Sun, even though the orbital mechanics remain unchanged. This is one of the quiet effects of energy reduction. It does not change motion directly. It changes the expression of motion through temperature, atmosphere, and biological response.
The Earth would continue orbiting the Sun in the same path, but the lived experience of that orbit would feel different. The planet would be carrying less thermal memory from season to season. Heat would dissipate more quickly in many regions. Cold would linger longer in others. Over time, these tendencies would define a new equilibrium climate state, one that is still dynamic, still changing, but anchored around lower average energy availability. In the oceans, this new equilibrium would be especially visible in long-term circulation stability. Certain currents would establish more persistent cold water dominance in regions where heat input has weakened. This would influence nutrient distribution, marine ecosystems, and even atmospheric moisture exchange above the sea surface. Ocean and atmosphere would continue their dialogue, but the tone of that dialogue would gradually shift. Less warmth moving across hemispheres, more persistence of cool, dense water in regions closer to polar systems. And because oceans respond slowly, these changes would appear almost like geological pacing rather than weather scale variation. On land, vegetation zones would stabilize into new positions, not because they stop moving, but because their movement aligns with a new climatic baseline. Forests that once expanded during longer warm seasons would now reach different limits. Grasslands would shift accordingly. Tundra-like regions might become more extensive in higher latitudes, not as a sudden expansion, but as a slow, repeating pattern of seasonal survival and retreat that gradually trends toward permanence. Human civilization, in parallel, would continue adjusting its relationship with this evolving environment. Energy systems would become more central to daily life in colder regions. Heating and insulation would no longer be seasonal considerations, but continuous requirements in many areas. Agriculture would likely become increasingly structured around controlled environments in regions where outdoor growing conditions are no longer reliably stable. In other regions, especially those closer to remaining warmth bands, cultivation might remain more open air, but still influenced by shifting seasonal boundaries. Over generations, this would subtly reshape global patterns of settlement. Not through sudden relocation events, but through gradual preference shifts. People and infrastructure tending toward regions where environmental stability is easier to maintain with less energy expenditure. Meanwhile, the psychological relationship between humans and nature would also continue evolving. The perception of what feels normal weather would slowly adjust to colder baselines. Generations born into this world would not perceive it as colder than before. They would perceive it as standard. Only historical records would describe a warmer planetary past. This disconnect between lived experience and historical climate becomes one of the defining features of slow planetary transformation. The Earth does not feel like it is changing from the inside. It feels like it is simply continuing. But from an external perspective, the trajectory is clear. A long, continuous drift toward reduced thermal energy across the entire system. And yet, even within this drift, the planet remains fully active. Storms still form, seasons still cycle, ice still melts and reforms, oceans still circulate, life still adapts. Nothing stops, nothing collapses. Everything continues within a slightly different balance, a quieter balance, a colder balance. And through it all, the sun remains present, constant in appearance, structuring the rhythm of days, defining the boundary between night and light. Only its contribution to the system has shifted subtly enough that no single moment reveals it. It is only over long spans of time that the difference becomes visible. A difference measured not in events, but in accumulated conditions, not in disruption, but in continuity that slowly bends into a new direction.
As the system continues to evolve under this slightly reduced solar input, the Earth would begin to exhibit a deeper form of internal adjustment, not visible in dramatic ways, but embedded in the long rhythm of stability itself. By this stage, the planet's climate system would have largely reorganized around the new energy baseline. What once felt like variability would now feel like structure. Seasonal patterns would still exist, but they would be anchored within a cooler overall frame. The Earth would not feel unstable. It would feel settled into a different kind of equilibrium, one defined by slower warmth, longer cold retention, and more persistent atmospheric coolness across many regions. In this equilibrium, feedback loops that once operated at subtle levels would now define larger portions of the climate behavior. Ice-albedo interactions would remain one of the strongest shaping forces. Where ice forms and persists, it would continue reflecting a significant portion of incoming sunlight back into space. This reflection does not create change in isolation. It amplifies existing conditions. Cool regions become slightly cooler, and in time, those differences accumulate into stable regional patterns. Ocean systems would remain central to this stability. Their role as thermal memory reservoirs becomes even more important under reduced solar energy. Heat absorbed during warmer periods would still circulate, but its reach and persistence would be slightly diminished. Cold water masses would maintain their presence in deeper and higher latitude regions for longer durations. This would influence not only marine ecosystems, but also atmospheric exchange patterns above the ocean surface. Evaporation rates, cloud formation, and precipitation cycles would all adjust slowly in response. The atmosphere would continue functioning as a mediator between ocean and land, redistributing energy and moisture across the planet. But the baseline from which these exchanges operate would be lower. This is what defines the long-term character of a dimmer sun scenario. Not collapse, not interruption, but recalibration. On land, this recalibration would express itself through slow shifts in ecological boundaries. Vegetation zones would become more tightly aligned with thermal gradients. Regions that once experienced broad seasonal flexibility might now operate within narrower ecological ranges.
Some ecosystems would compress geographically. Others would stabilize in newly expanded regions where conditions remain consistently suitable. Forests, in particular, would continue to act as sensitive indicators of this change. Their distribution is closely tied to temperature, sunlight, and moisture availability. Even small shifts in these factors, repeated over long periods, lead to noticeable changes in forest boundaries. These changes would not be sudden. They would appear as gradual drift over decades and centuries. In parallel, animal migration patterns would adjust to these new ecological structures. Routes would shift in response to changing vegetation zones and water availability. Some species would extend their range into regions that were previously too cold. Others would retreat toward more stable environments. But again, this would not feel like disruption from within the system. It would feel like adaptation, a continuous alignment between life and environment.
Human systems would continue evolving alongside these natural adjustments. Energy consumption patterns would become more deeply tied to climate stability. Regions experiencing stronger cooling trends would rely more heavily on controlled environmental systems. Heating, insulation, and energy storage would become essential components of infrastructure rather than seasonal adaptations. In agriculture, controlled environments would likely expand in importance, especially in regions where external growing conditions become less reliable. This would allow food production to remain stable despite environmental cooling, but it would also increase dependency on continuous energy input. In regions that remain closer to moderate conditions, more traditional agricultural practices might persist, though still influenced by shifting seasonal boundaries. Across all of this, the defining characteristic of human adaptation would remain consistency of adjustment rather than sudden transformation. Societies would evolve slowly in response to environmental conditions that themselves evolve slowly. This creates a kind of parallel pacing between planet and civilization, both systems moving through time without sharp discontinuities, only gradual reconfiguration. And beneath all of it, the sun continues its steady presence, still appearing unchanged to the naked eye, still defining the cycle of day and night, still anchoring the entire system of Earth's energy balance. But its slightly reduced output continues shaping every layer of this long-term transformation, not as an abrupt force, but as a continuous condition that subtly influences every process over time. And as this influence persists across centuries and beyond, the Earth does not move toward an endpoint. It moves toward an ongoing state of adjusted balance, a configuration that remains dynamic, but centered around a quieter, colder version of planetary equilibrium than the one that came before it.
At this deeper stage of the transition, the distinction between change and state begins to blur. The planet is still changing, but the rate of change becomes so distributed across time that it no longer feels like motion in the usual sense. It feels like condition, a stable pattern of slow adjustment that continues without interruption. The climate system, now fully reorganized around reduced solar input, would operate with new long-term regularities. These regularities would not be rigid. They would still allow variation, extremes, and seasonal fluctuations. But the center of those fluctuations would have shifted downward in temperature, light intensity, and overall energy availability. Weather systems would continue to emerge from the interaction between ocean and atmosphere, but their energy gradients would be subtly reduced. This would influence not only average temperatures, but the intensity distribution of atmospheric events. Storms might still form with complexity and scale, but their long-term statistical behavior would align with a cooler baseline. Some regions would experience more stable, extended periods of calm weather. Others might encounter more frequent but less energetic transitions between conditions. None of these changes would present themselves as singular turning points. Instead, they would appear as evolving tendencies embedded in long-term climate behavior. On the surface, life would continue adapting within these tendencies. But beneath the surface, the structure supporting life would be increasingly defined by reduced energy throughput from the sun. This reduction does not eliminate complexity, it reshapes it.
Ecosystems would reorganize not around abundance, but around efficiency. Energy use becomes more selective. Growth patterns become more sensitive to seasonal constraints. Reproductive cycles in many species become more tightly synchronized with narrower environmental windows. In aquatic systems, stratification of ocean layers would likely become more pronounced in certain regions as colder surface conditions alter mixing dynamics. This would influence nutrient circulation and biological productivity in ways that unfold gradually across time. Deep ocean systems, still largely insulated from direct atmospheric variability, would continue their slower internal rhythms, acting as a stabilizing layer in the global system. On land, permafrost regions would expand or stabilize in areas where persistent cold becomes more common. This would alter soil dynamics, water retention, and vegetation patterns in ways that reinforce the broader cooling trend. Even geological processes begin to reflect climatic influence at these timescales. The Earth's surface is not separate from its atmosphere. It is continuously shaped by it.
Human systems operating within this evolving environment would likely become increasingly modular in their response to climate variation. Rather than relying on fixed environmental conditions, societies would build flexible systems capable of operating across a wider range of external variability. Energy infrastructure would remain central to this adaptability. As external warmth becomes less reliable in some regions, internal energy management becomes more important. Heating, storage, distribution, and efficiency systems would define much of modern structural development in colder zones. In agriculture, the reliance on controlled environments would continue expanding in regions where natural growing conditions become increasingly constrained by seasonal reduction in available energy. Meanwhile, regions that remain closer to climatic equilibrium bands would maintain more direct interaction with external ecological cycles, though still within the broader context of a cooler planetary baseline. Across all of this, adaptation remains the dominant theme. Not adaptation as a response to crisis, but adaptation as a continuous alignment process between life and environment. Each generation inherits a world that is slightly different from the one before it, and gradually adjusts without perceiving the full scale of transition. This is how planetary systems evolve when change is slow enough to remain within the boundaries of continuity. From within the system, nothing feels broken, nothing feels disrupted, everything feels consistent. And yet, from an external long-term perspective, the direction of change remains clear. A gradual movement toward a colder, lower-energy Earth state shaped by a sun that provides slightly less total input than it once did. Even so, the system never reaches a final form. There is no endpoint where adjustment stops. Instead, the Earth exists in an ongoing state of recalibration, always responding, always balancing, always adjusting toward a moving equilibrium that itself continues to shift over time. And throughout all of this, the sun remains visually constant, a familiar presence in the sky, defining the structure of day and night, marking time through light and shadow. But beneath that familiarity, its slightly reduced energy continues to influence every layer of the planet's behavior. Not as a force that disrupts, but as a quiet condition that shapes everything continuously, across scales too large to perceive directly in any single moment. And in this way, the Earth continues forward, not toward an ending, but toward an ever-developing balance between light, cold, motion, and time.
At this point, the planet would no longer be described accurately by short-term climate intuition. What people feel as weather would increasingly represent only a thin surface layer of a much deeper, slower system. Beneath that surface, the Earth would be operating through long cycles of adjustment that extend far beyond human perception. The reduced solar input would have already shaped the foundational energy gradients that drive atmospheric and oceanic motion. And now, the system would be expressing that new foundation through steady, long-term behavior rather than visible transformation. One of the most important shifts at this stage would be the stabilization of colder baseline regions across both hemispheres. Not uniform freezing, but persistent expansion of cooler climatic zones that maintain themselves through feedback-supported equilibrium. These regions would not behave as anomalies anymore. They would become structurally normal parts of the planetary system. In such a world, the difference between seasonal extremes would feel less like oscillation and more like gradual variation around a lower center point. Warm periods would still occur, but they would carry less total energy. Cold periods would extend their presence more consistently across time. This does not remove diversity from climate. It simply compresses it into a different energetic range. The atmosphere, operating within this adjusted range, would continue to redistribute energy across the planet. But the intensity of that redistribution would reflect the reduced input from the sun. Circulation systems would remain active, but their long-term statistical structure would evolve. Some jet stream patterns might become more stable in position over extended periods. Others might shift more slowly between configurations, spending longer intervals in particular states before transitioning. These changes would not be dramatic on a year-to-year basis. They would emerge through long-term observation across generations. Meanwhile, the ocean would continue acting as the planet's largest thermal regulator. Its ability to store heat means that it buffers change, but it also records it. Over long periods, ocean temperature distributions would reflect the cumulative effect of reduced solar energy input. Surface layers in many regions would gradually maintain cooler averages. Deep ocean currents would continue their slow global circulation patterns, but the balance between warm and cold water exchange would subtly adjust. This would influence marine ecosystems at multiple levels, from microscopic organisms at the base of the food chain to large migratory species that depend on temperature gradients and nutrient flows. Life in the ocean is highly sensitive to these gradients, and even small shifts, repeated consistently over time, can reshape entire ecological structures. On land, vegetation would continue its slow alignment with new climate baselines. The boundaries between major biomes would become more defined by thermal thresholds that have shifted downward. Some regions that once supported mixed ecosystems might transition into more specialized ecological zones. Others might become transitional corridors where species from different climatic regions overlap more frequently. This creates a landscape that is not simplified but reorganized, more structured in some ways, but also more dynamic in the transitions between zones. Human civilization would continue adapting within this evolving structure, but at this stage, adaptation becomes less about responding to change and more about maintaining stability within a changed environment. Infrastructure, agriculture, and settlement patterns would already be deeply integrated into the cooler baseline conditions. Energy systems would function as the primary interface between human environments and the external planetary system. Where natural warmth is reduced, artificial systems compensate. Where seasonal variability increases, controlled environments provide continuity. This does not separate humans from the Earth. It creates a mediated relationship with it, a relationship defined by systems that balance external variability with internal stability. Yet even this mediation remains dependent on the broader planetary energy budget, because all large-scale energy flows on Earth ultimately trace back, directly or indirectly, to the Sun. A 5% reduction in solar brightness remains small in absolute terms, but its cumulative effect across centuries becomes the defining factor of this entire system. And still, through all these layers of change, the Earth never loses its fundamental dynamism. It continues to circulate, to balance, to redistribute energy across atmosphere, ocean, land, and biosphere. Nothing stops. Nothing finalizes. The system remains open-ended, always adjusting, always moving toward a temporary equilibrium that itself continues to evolve. And above it all, the Sun remains a constant visual presence, a steady point in the sky that anchors perception. Even as the invisible energy it provides slowly shapes every layer of life, climate, and planetary structure beneath it. Not through sudden force, but through continuous, almost imperceptible influence that only becomes fully visible when viewed across vast stretches of time.
At the deepest level of this extended transition, the Earth would begin to behave less like a system undergoing change and more like a system that has fully integrated that change into its long-term identity. The reduced solar brightness would no longer be experienced as an external condition acting upon the planet. It would exist as an embedded parameter within the entire structure of Earth's functioning. Every subsystem, atmospheric, oceanic, ecological, and biological, would now operate within boundaries shaped by this lower energy input. And within those boundaries, the system would continue its constant internal motion. The atmosphere would still circulate, but its patterns would reflect a world that has already adjusted to cooler equilibrium states. The contrast between equator and poles would remain a fundamental driver of motion, yet the magnitude of that contrast would be subtly reduced compared to earlier planetary states. This would influence how energy is distributed across latitudes, shaping long-term climate tendencies in ways that remain stable yet continuously evolving. Ocean circulation, still acting as the planet's primary heat reservoir system, would continue to mediate these differences, but its role would become even more central in maintaining global balance. Heat stored in tropical regions would take longer to propagate toward higher latitudes. Cold regions would retain their conditions for longer periods before receiving any moderated warming influence from oceanic redistribution.
This would not halt circulation, it would extend its timescales, making the planetary system feel slower in its internal adjustments, even though all processes remain active. On land, ecosystems would now exist in a fully restructured climatic context. Species distributions, vegetation zones, and seasonal behaviors would all be aligned with the long-term cooler baseline. What once would have been considered transitional climates would now function as stable ecological regions in their own right. And within these regions, life would continue its constant adaptation, not as a reaction to instability, but as expression of long-term equilibrium. Forests, grasslands, tundra-like environments, and mixed biomes would all maintain their own internal cycles, each shaped by the broader planetary conditions, but operating with local continuity. Human systems, by this stage, would likely be deeply synchronized with these environmental realities. Infrastructure would be designed not around historical climate expectations, but around the persistent conditions of the cooler Earth state. Energy usage would be structured around long-term stability rather than seasonal compensation. Agricultural systems would be optimized for controlled variability, ensuring production remains consistent despite external fluctuations.
In many regions, human life would feel increasingly insulated from direct environmental change, not because the planet has become less dynamic, but because adaptation has become more comprehensive. This creates a layered separation between external planetary motion and internal human experience. Outside environments continue their slow evolution within cooler parameters. Inside built environments, stability is maintained through continuous energy management. Yet both systems remain fundamentally connected through the same underlying source, the sun. Even in reduced intensity, solar energy remains the ultimate driver of nearly all surface-level processes. This connection ensures that no part of the Earth's system is truly independent of stellar influence. It only becomes mediated through increasingly complex layers of interaction. At this stage of the scenario, the most important characteristic of the Earth system is continuity without finality. There is no endpoint where adjustment ceases, no moment where the system locks into a permanent configuration. Instead, every state is temporary, every balance is provisional, and every equilibrium is part of an ongoing sequence of recalibration. The Earth continues to respond to internal and external forces simultaneously, maintaining coherence through constant adjustment rather than static stability. Even perception of climate, change, and normality is now fully shaped by this long-term adjustment. What feels natural is simply what has persisted long enough to become baseline. Earlier states of the planet remain only as historical reference points, no longer directly relatable to present experience. And still, even in this deeply adjusted condition, the Earth remains a living system. Atmospheric motion continues, ocean currents persist, geological activity proceeds beneath the surface. Life adapts across all scales, from microbial systems to large, complex ecosystems. Nothing has stopped, nothing has ended. Everything continues in a structured flow of energy redistribution, shaped by a slightly dimmer sun. And above it all, the sun remains visually unchanged to the observer, a constant presence in the sky, defining the rhythm of light and shadow. But beneath that visual constancy lies the subtle, persistent difference that has shaped every layer of this planetary transformation.
a difference so small in any single moment that it resists perception, yet so consistent over time that it defines the entire trajectory of the system. And in that trajectory, the Earth does not move toward completion, it moves toward continuation, endlessly adjusting, endlessly balancing, endlessly existing within a slow, quiet evolution of energy, matter, and time.
At this stage, the system would no longer feel like it is becoming anything. It would feel like it simply is. A stable, self-maintaining structure of continuous adjustment that has settled into a long-term pattern shaped by reduced solar energy. The distinction between change and stability becomes almost meaningless at this scale, because what is stable is only stable through constant movement, and what is changing so slowly that it appears stable. In the atmosphere, circulation patterns would continue to operate as they always have, but their expression would now be deeply conditioned by the lower energy baseline. Large-scale wind systems would still transfer heat across the planet, but the gradients they rely on would be subtly reduced. This would not remove weather variability. It would soften its extremes over long periods, while reinforcing persistent regional tendencies. Some areas would experience longer sequences of similar conditions. Others would retain variability within narrower energetic bounds. The Earth would not become uniform, it would become more internally consistent within its new climatic constraints. The ocean, as always, would remain the central memory system of the planet. Its ability to store and slowly release heat ensures that no atmospheric change exists in isolation. But under a dimmer sun, the ocean's stored warmth would be replenished more slowly over time. This alters the rhythm of global energy exchange. Heat that once cycled more dynamically between surface and depth would now operate within a more restrained range. Cold layers in higher latitudes would persist longer, while warm reservoirs in tropical zones would take longer to build and distribute energy outward. The result is not collapse, but a shift in tempo, a slower planetary heartbeat. On land, ecological systems would reflect this slower rhythm. Growth cycles would extend or shorten depending on local conditions, but always within the context of reduced overall energy input. Forests would continue to adapt their boundaries, not through abrupt movement, but through gradual generational shifts. Each cycle of growth, reproduction, and dispersal would subtly favor regions where conditions remain slightly more stable under the new baseline. Grasslands, tundra-like environments, and mixed ecological zones would all continue evolving in parallel, each responding to the same underlying change in energy availability.
Over long timescales, the distribution of life across the planet would no longer resemble earlier climatic maps, but it would still form a coherent system, one shaped by gradients rather than divisions. Human systems would now exist fully within this adjusted planetary framework. Rather than responding to ongoing change, they would operate within a stabilized version of it. Energy systems would maintain internal climates that compensate for external conditions. Agricultural production would be highly controlled in many regions, ensuring consistency despite reduced and more variable external warmth. Urban environments would function as insulated ecological zones, maintaining stable internal conditions regardless of external seasonal behavior.
This creates a kind of dual-layer Earth, an external planetary system that continues its slow, natural evolution under a reduced solar input, and an internal human system that maintains localized stability through continuous energy regulation. Yet both layers remain fundamentally linked because the external system defines the constraints within which the internal system must operate, and the external system itself is defined by the Sun. Even in its slightly dimmed state, it remains the ultimate source of structure for all surface-level processes. What becomes most striking in this long-term scenario is the absence of any final configuration. There is no moment where the Earth becomes its final version, no threshold after which everything stabilizes permanently. Instead, every state exists only temporarily within an ongoing sequence of adjustments. The planet is always in motion, even when that motion is so gradual it becomes invisible within short time frames. From within the system, this creates the illusion of permanence, but from a broader perspective, it is clear that nothing is ever fully fixed, only continuously maintained. Even identity, both biological and planetary, is preserved not through stasis, but through uninterrupted regulation. Cells are replaced, atmospheric conditions are updated, oceanic flows adjust, ecological distributions shift, and yet continuity remains. Because continuity is not the absence of change, it is the persistence of structure through change. And in this dimmer sun Earth, that structure continues to hold, not rigidly, but dynamically, through constant recalibration across every layer of the system. The sun remains unchanged in appearance, anchoring the sky with familiar light. But the Earth beneath it has entered a long, quiet evolution into a colder, lower energy expression of itself. A version of the same planet, still alive, still active, still moving, only operating under a slightly different measure of warmth than the one it once knew.
At this point in the long unfolding transition, the Earth's behavior becomes almost indistinguishable from equilibrium, even though equilibrium is never truly reached. What exists instead is a persistent state of adjustment so distributed across time that it appears stationary when observed briefly. But over extended observation, the direction is still visible. Slow cooling, slow redistribution, slow reorganization of energy across every connected system. The atmosphere continues its circulation, but the driving contrasts that sustain motion are now subtly reshaped. Warm air still rises, cold air still descends, and pressure systems still form across vast distances. Yet the intensity of these exchanges is now shaped by a slightly reduced global energy input. This produces a world where weather still exists in full complexity, but where its long-term statistical boundaries are gently compressed. Extremes still occur, but they are less energetically sustained. Persistent patterns become slightly more common than abrupt transitions, and over time, this begins to define a quieter atmospheric character. The ocean, absorbing and releasing heat across decades and centuries, continues to act as the planet's stabilizing memory. But in this dimmer solar environment, its memory becomes more weighted toward retention rather than redistribution. Cold anomalies linger longer in certain basins. Warm regions take more time to recover their previous thermal states. This does not stop circulation. It slows its emotional equivalent in planetary terms, a reduction in the urgency of heat movement across the system.
Ice, once formed, becomes a more persistent structural feature in high-latitude regions, not because it spreads rapidly, but because it retreats more slowly than before. And this persistence gradually influences everything connected to it. Surface reflectivity increases in affected regions, local atmospheric cooling becomes more stable, and feedback loops that once fluctuated more dynamically begin settling into longer duration states. On land, ecological systems continue their long alignment with these new conditions. Vegetation zones do not shift dramatically in any single moment. Instead, they reorganize through generations of growth and dispersal. Each cycle of reproduction slightly favors conditions that are more consistent with the emerging climate baseline. This leads to a slow but continuous drift in biome distribution. Forests, grasslands, and colder ecological systems remain present, but their boundaries become more tightly linked to thermal stability thresholds that are now slightly lower than in previous eras.
Human systems operating within this long adjustment increasingly function as stabilizing interfaces between external variability and internal continuity. Energy infrastructure becomes central not only for comfort, but for maintaining consistency across environments that would otherwise fluctuate more strongly. Heating systems, controlled agriculture, and climate-buffered architecture become defining features of habitation in many regions. But importantly, this does not separate humanity from planetary change. It simply allows life to exist within it with reduced sensitivity. The external world continues its slow drift toward a cooler average state, while internal environments maintain localized stability through continuous energy regulation. Both layers remain interdependent because even controlled systems ultimately rely on external planetary resources, and those resources are shaped, directly or indirectly, by the sun's reduced output. At this scale of time, the idea of a final state becomes increasingly irrelevant. There is no endpoint where all processes converge into stillness. Instead, there is only ongoing adjustment across nested cycles of time. Short-term variability continues to exist within long-term stability shifts, and long-term stability itself is only a temporary expression of deeper, slower processes still in motion. The Earth remains fully active. Geological processes continue beneath the crust. Ocean currents persist in their global circulation. Atmospheric systems continue exchanging energy across hemispheres. Life continues adapting at every level, from microbial ecosystems to large-scale biological networks. Nothing stops, nothing resolves into completion. Even under reduced solar input, the planet does not move toward an end condition. It moves toward an evolving balance that is always slightly ahead of itself. A balance that is maintained not through permanence, but through continuous recalibration. And through all of this, the sun remains visually constant, a stable point in the sky that defines day and night with familiar rhythm. Yet beneath that visual constancy lies the subtle difference that has shaped every layer of this planetary transformation. A difference too small to isolate in a single moment, but large enough when accumulated over deep time to redefine the entire structure of the world. At this stage of the system, something subtle begins to emerge. Not a new change in climate, not a new shift in oceans or atmosphere, but a change in how continuity itself is experienced. Because when a system remains in a long, stable state of adjustment,
Perception no longer registers transitions as clearly defined events. Instead, it begins to register duration. The Earth, under this slightly dimmer sun, has long since settled into its cooler equilibrium. And within that equilibrium, all processes continue as they always have. But now they do so with a kind of extended smoothness. Seasonal variation still exists, yet it feels less like contrast and more like gradient. Winter does not arrive sharply. It expands gradually. Summer does not dominate as strongly. It fades more gently into surrounding conditions. And because of this, the mind begins to experience time differently within such an environment. Not because time itself has changed, but because the markers that define it have become less distinct. When environmental contrasts are strong, time feels segmented. Distinct seasons create distinct memory anchors. But when those contrasts soften, experience begins to stretch. Moments feel less separated, more continuous, more blended into each other. This is not a physical change in the planet alone. It is a perceptual consequence of long-term environmental stability within a reduced energy system. The body continues to function as it always has. It regulates temperature, processes sensory input, and maintains internal balance without interruption. But its interpretation of external change becomes increasingly subtle, because fewer external signals demand sharp recalibration. The atmosphere itself contributes to this effect. Cloud systems, now operating within a cooler baseline, form and dissolve in slower, more uniform patterns across many regions. Light scattering through these clouds produces a softer visual environment. Shadows are less abrupt. Transitions between brightness and dimness are more gradual. Even daylight carries a slightly muted character compared to earlier climatic eras. And over long periods, this softness becomes the background of perception itself. On land, ecosystems continue their long adjustment, but now within a fully established framework. Species distributions are no longer actively shifting in dramatic ways. Instead, they exist within stabilized ranges shaped by the cooler planetary average. Small fluctuations still occur, but they are absorbed into the broader consistency of the system. This creates an environment where life is still dynamic, but less visibly volatile. The oceans reflect this same condition. Their circulation patterns continue uninterrupted, but their thermal contrasts have settled into narrower bands. This reduces the intensity of large-scale energy exchanges between hemispheres, reinforcing the overall sense of global moderation. Even deep ocean layers, which operate on far longer timescales, reflect this gradual stabilization. And yet, nothing in this system has stopped. There is no end point, no fixed state of completion, only a continuous condition that has become increasingly uniform in its behavior over time. Human experience within this environment begins to reflect this long-term continuity, not in a biological sense alone, but in how reality is perceived. Daily life still contains variation, but it is less sharply divided by environmental extremes. The world feels more consistent, more even, more continuous in its expression. This does not reduce complexity, it simply changes how complexity is distributed across experience. And as this distribution becomes smoother, the sense of dramatic transition fades. What remains is continuity, a world that does not feel like it is changing in visible steps, but instead feels like it is unfolding within a steady, persistent flow. And beneath all of this, the sun remains unchanged in appearance, still rising, still setting, still defining the structure of time through light and shadow. But its slightly reduced output continues to shape every layer of this system in ways that are no longer directly noticeable in any single moment. Only through accumulation, only through deep time, only through the gradual realization that what once felt like a warm, highly contrasted planet has become something quieter, slower, and more evenly balanced within a reduced flow of stellar energy.
At this deepest layer of the transition, even the idea of before and after begins to lose its sharpness, because nothing in the system changes direction anymore. It only continues. The Earth is no longer moving toward a new climate state. It is already within it. A long-established configuration shaped by reduced solar brightness, where all subsystems have learned to operate within a lower but stable energy regime. In this regime, variation still exists, but it is embedded inside stability rather than standing against it. Storms still form, but they feel less like disruptions and more like expressions of the same underlying rhythm. Oceans still shift heat across the globe, but those shifts now unfold within narrower energetic boundaries. Ice still advances and retreats seasonally, but the balance between those motions has become more consistent over time. And because everything now operates within these stabilized limits, the planet begins to feel less like a system responding to change, and more like a system expressing continuity. This is a subtle but important shift, because it changes how reality is structured at the level of experience, not through any single dramatic event, but through the accumulation of long-term environmental consistency. The atmosphere, once defined by sharper gradients between warm and cold regions, now operates within smoother transitions. Air masses still move, but the contrasts that drive their most extreme behaviors are slightly reduced. This does not eliminate weather, it refines its edges. On land, ecosystems now exist in a long-term equilibrium that feels internally stable. Forests maintain their boundaries with slow generational adjustments rather than visible migration. Grasslands continue their cycles of growth and renewal without large-scale directional change. Even colder regions, which once expanded or contracted more noticeably, now stabilize within persistent seasonal patterns. Life continues to adapt, but adaptation itself has become a background process rather than a visible response. Human systems, having long adjusted to this planetary state, function within a deeply integrated structure of environmental management. Energy production, distribution, and consumption are no longer reactive systems. They are continuous systems that maintain equilibrium between internal needs and external conditions. Cities operate as stable thermal environments. Agriculture is largely decoupled from direct climatic variability in many regions. Infrastructure is designed around maintaining consistency rather than responding to change. This creates a world where most variability is absorbed before it reaches lived experience. And because of that, perception itself becomes increasingly smooth.
Days pass without strong environmental contrast. Seasons transition without sharp boundaries. Even memory begins to compress similar experiences into continuous sequences rather than distinct events. But none of this indicates stillness. The Earth is still fully active. Ocean currents still circulate. Atmospheric systems still respond to solar input. Geological processes continue beneath the crust. Life continues at every scale, from microscopic organisms to complex ecosystems spanning continents. What has changed is not activity itself. It is the energy gradient that defines how that activity feels. Reduced solar input does not stop motion. It softens it. It extends it. It distributes it more evenly across time and space. And so, over long durations, the planet becomes a system defined not by peaks and interruptions, but by continuity. A continuity so persistent that it begins to resemble stillness viewed from within. But from the perspective of deep time, nothing here has ever stopped. Nothing has ever paused. Everything has simply continued, adjusted, and rebalanced within a slightly quieter flow of energy originating from a sun that still shines, still warms, and still governs the rhythm of an entire world, just with a little less intensity than it once did. At this final stage of understanding the system, there is nothing left to observe in the traditional sense, because observation implies contrast, and contrast requires change. But here, change has become so evenly distributed across time that it no longer produces distinct edges for perception to hold on to. The Earth, under this long-established condition of reduced solar brightness, is not transitioning anymore. It is sustaining. A sustained state of planetary behavior shaped by continuous, slightly lower energy input, where every subsystem has already adapted to the new baseline. Atmospheric motion continues without interruption, but it now expresses itself through smoother gradients of temperature and pressure. Large-scale circulation patterns remain intact, yet their extremes are less pronounced than in earlier climatic eras. This does not remove variability. It reorganizes it into a more uniform structure across time. The oceans continue their global exchange of heat, acting as both memory and regulator of planetary energy. But their role now is less about redistributing sharp contrasts and more about maintaining long-term balance within a reduced energetic range. Thermal differences still exist, but they evolve more slowly, persist more evenly, and dissipate with less dramatic fluctuation. On land, ecological systems have fully integrated into this long-term equilibrium. What once would have been described as shifting biomes are now stable ecological regions that only change through extended generational cycles. Species distributions, migration behaviors, and reproductive patterns all reflect this stabilized environmental framework. Adaptation still occurs, but it is no longer visible as disruption. It is embedded in continuity. Human systems, having evolved within this same condition for extended time, operate as part of the planetary regulation process itself. Energy systems, infrastructure, agriculture, and habitation are all designed around maintaining consistency within a world that no longer experiences strong external swings. The boundary between natural environment and constructed environment becomes increasingly defined by function rather than contrast. Both exist within the same reduced energy planetary envelope, and both depend on the same fundamental source of energy, the sun. Even though the sun still appears unchanged to the eye, its slightly reduced output continues to define every layer of this system, not through dramatic forcing, but through uninterrupted presence. A presence that shapes everything slowly enough to remain invisible in any single moment, yet consistently enough to define the entire structure of planetary existence over deep time. At this level, the concept of a final state dissolves completely. There is no end point where the system stabilizes permanently. There is only sustained adjustment that has become indistinguishable from stability itself. Every process continues. Atmospheric circulation continues. Oceanic flow continues. Geological activity continues. Biological systems continue. And even perception continues, interpreting this continuity as normality, because it has no contrasting reference point strong enough to define change. What remains is a world that is fully active, fully dynamic, and fully alive, yet experienced as smooth continuity rather than segmented transformation. And in this continuity, the distinction between motion and stillness becomes purely a matter of scale. At small scales, everything appears stable. At large scales, everything is clearly in motion. Both are true at the same time, and neither cancels the other. The Earth, therefore, exists in a state where it is never finished, never paused, and never completed, only continuously maintained, only continuously adjusted, only continuously shaped by a sun that remains visually constant, yet quietly defines the boundaries of every process occurring beneath it.
At this point, the system no longer presents itself as something that is changing in any recognizable sense. Instead, it behaves like a continuous field of relationships that persist through time. Nothing enters a final form, because final forms require an endpoint, and there is no endpoint in a system that is always being maintained. The Earth remains active across every scale of existence, but its activity is now so evenly distributed that it no longer produces sharp perceptual boundaries. Atmospheric circulation continues to redistribute energy between regions, but the contrasts that once defined dramatic weather behavior are now embedded within a more uniform energetic structure. Storm systems still arise, but they emerge from conditions that are less extreme and therefore express themselves with a slightly moderated intensity profile. They are not absent, they are simply integrated into a quieter baseline of planetary motion. The ocean continues its global role as a stabilizing thermal reservoir, absorbing, storing, and releasing heat across vast temporal cycles. But within this long-term reduced energy state, the range of thermal variation narrows gradually. Warm regions retain less excess energy over long durations, while cold regions persist with slightly greater stability. Agricultural systems are designed around long-term environmental consistency rather than seasonal unpredictability. Urban environments operate as regulated microclimates that maintain internal stability independent of external variation. This creates a dual-layer system of existence, an external planetary environment that continues its slow, natural adjustment within reduced solar input,
and an internal human environment that maintains localized continuity through controlled energy balance. Both layers remain fully dependent on the same underlying source of energy, the sun. Even in its slightly dimmed state, it remains the origin point of nearly all surface-level processes. It defines the limits within which all planetary systems operate. But because its influence is continuous and gradual, it no longer appears as an active force in any single moment of perception. It becomes background structure, a constant condition rather than a changing input. At this level of description, the idea of before and after loses functional meaning. There is only sequence without rupture, continuity without segmentation. The Earth is not transitioning toward a final configuration. It is not approaching completion. It is maintaining itself through uninterrupted adjustment across nested timescales that extend beyond direct perception. And in this sustained adjustment, every system remains active. Atmosphere, ocean, biosphere, lithosphere, and human infrastructure all continue to operate simultaneously, each reinforcing the others through feedback and balance. Nothing in this structure pauses. Nothing exits the system. Nothing resolves into stillness. Even what appears to be stability is only the result of continuous regulation that has become too smooth to detect directly. And so the final realization is not that the system has changed into something else, but that it has always been this, a continuously maintained equilibrium shaped by a constant but slightly reduced flow of energy from a star that remains visually unchanged, yet silently defines the entire architecture of a living planet across deep time.
At this most extended perspective, even the idea of continuation begins to lose its sharp meaning, because continuation implies a reference point that is being extended from. But here, there is no clear origin still present in experience, only the ongoing presence of a system that has already integrated all prior states into itself. The Earth, under this long-term reduced solar input, is not remembering a past configuration as something separate. It is expressing a continuous evolution of that past as part of its current structure. Every atmospheric pattern, every oceanic current, every ecological distribution is the accumulated result of countless small adjustments layered across immense time. Nothing exists in isolation. Everything is a consequence of everything else, continuously interacting in real time. The atmosphere continues its circulation without interruption, but the meaning of that circulation is no longer defined by dramatic energy contrasts. It is defined by sustained balance within a lower energy framework. Air masses still move across continents and oceans, but the driving differences between them are more subtle, more distributed, and more stable across time. This creates a planetary rhythm that feels less like fluctuation and more like flow. The ocean continues to act as the planet's dominant thermal regulator, but its regulation now operates within narrower boundaries of variation. Heat is still exchanged between regions, but the scale of that exchange reflects the long-term reduction in incoming solar energy. Warm and cold regions still exist, but their separation is less pronounced than in earlier planetary states. Instead of sharp transitions, there are extended gradients, slow blending zones where differences dissolve gradually rather than abruptly.
On land, ecosystems have long since adapted to this condition, but adaptation itself is no longer visible as a response. It is embedded in the structure of life. Species distributions, reproductive cycles, and growth patterns all operate within a stable climatic envelope shaped by this reduced energy input. Change still exists, but it is expressed through refinement rather than reorganization. This produces a world where biological systems feel persistent rather than reactive. Human systems, deeply interwoven with these natural structures, function as extensions of planetary regulation, not in a controlling sense, but in a compensatory one. Where external variability is low but still present, internal systems maintain continuity through energy management and environmental stabilization. Urban environments become self-contained climates. Agricultural systems become highly structured and predictive. Infrastructure becomes a long-term interface between human needs and planetary conditions. Yet even this distinction between natural and constructed becomes less meaningful over time, because both are operating within the same continuous energetic framework defined by the sun. Even in its slightly dimmed state, the sun remains the primary driver of all surface-level dynamics. It does not act in bursts. It does not introduce discontinuities. It provides a constant stream of energy that defines the boundaries of all planetary behavior. And because that energy is always present, even if slightly reduced, the Earth never leaves a state of activity. It only moves through different expressions of that activity. At this level of understanding, there is no final configuration to reach, no stable endpoint where the system becomes complete. There is only sustained existence through continuous adjustment, a balance that is never fixed but always maintained, a structure that never settles but always stabilizes itself through motion. And so the Earth remains exactly what it has always been, even under changed conditions, a living system held together not by stillness, but by uninterrupted transformation across scales too large and too slow to ever fully perceive in a single moment of time.
At this point, even the concept of depth becomes less meaningful, because depth implies layers that can be separated and individually understood. But in a fully continuous planetary system, layers are not isolated structures. They are interdependent expressions of the same ongoing process. The Earth, under this sustained reduced energy condition, does not contain independent systems acting separately. It contains one integrated system expressing itself at different scales. Atmospheric motion is still present, but it is no longer interpreted as isolated weather phenomena. It is part of a continuous energy redistribution field that spans the entire planet. Local variations still exist, but they are nested inside a larger, stable pattern that persists over time. Ocean circulation continues in the same way, but its role is now even more clearly that of a long-term stabilizer. Heat does not simply move between regions in response to short-term differences. It moves as part of a slow, planetary-scale balancing process that operates across decades and centuries. What once appeared as variability becomes, at this scale, a form of structured persistence. On land, ecological systems continue their uninterrupted alignment with these conditions. But what is important now is not change within ecosystems, but the continuity of relationships between them.
Forests, grasslands, and colder biomes are no longer understood as separate entities undergoing transition. They are expressions of a single, continuous ecological field shaped by long-term energy constraints. Each region remains distinct, but no region is independent. Everything is connected through slow-moving gradients of temperature, moisture, and energy availability. Human systems exist within this same framework, not outside of it. Infrastructure, energy networks, agriculture, and habitation all function as extensions of planetary regulation. They do not interrupt natural systems. They modulate them locally while remaining fully dependent on the same global energy flow. In this structure, the distinction between natural and constructed becomes less about difference and more about scale. Natural systems operate across broad, slow cycles. Constructed systems operate within narrower, faster cycles. But both are embedded in the same continuous energetic environment defined by solar input. And that input, though slightly reduced in this scenario, remains constant enough to sustain all layered processes simultaneously. At this stage, perception itself becomes the most interesting part of the system, because perception is not a passive reflection of reality. It is an active filtering process that selects from continuous input streams and compresses them into usable experience. When environmental variation is strong, perception highlights change. When variation becomes subtle and continuous, perception highlights stability. And when stability persists long enough, it begins to feel like absence of change altogether. This is not because change has disappeared. It is because the brain no longer finds sharp boundaries to extract from continuous input. Everything blends, everything smooths, everything extends, and what remains is the experience of continuity itself. A world that feels steady, not because it is static, but because it is too consistently active to be segmented into noticeable events. Even now, the sun continues its role as the fundamental external driver of all surface-level dynamics. Its slightly reduced energy output shapes every system, but does so without interruption, without fluctuation that is visible in short timescales, and without any perceptible break in continuity. It does not appear as a changing force. It appears as a constant condition under which everything else operates. And within that condition, the Earth continues its uninterrupted existence, not as a system approaching completion, not as a system moving toward an end state, but as a system that persists through continuous adjustment, maintaining itself across all scales of time, matter, and energy. And so the final realization is not that something has been solved or reached, but that nothing was ever meant to conclude, only to continue, only to remain in motion, only to exist as an unbroken flow of processes that never stop, even when they are no longer perceived as movement at all.
At the outer edge of this perspective, the distinction between system and environment also begins to dissolve, because what is called environment is only a boundary defined by observation, and what is called system is only a subset of processes temporarily grouped together by perspective. In reality, there is only one continuous field of energy transformation expressed through different densities, speeds, and scales.
The Earth is not separate from this field. It is one of its stable configurations, a long-lived pattern maintained through continuous input from the Sun and continuous redistribution through atmospheric, oceanic, geological, and biological processes. Even the idea of Earth as a single object becomes less precise at this scale. It is not a static object moving through space. It is an ongoing process of organization within a larger energetic system. Atmospheric behavior, when viewed without segmentation, is simply the movement of energy seeking balance across gradients. Ocean currents are the same principle, expressed in a denser medium with longer timescales and deeper memory. Land-based systems, including ecosystems and human structures, are intermediate layers where energy is temporarily stored, transformed, and redistributed. All of these are not separate mechanisms. They are different expressions of the same underlying continuity. The reduced solar brightness in this scenario does not introduce discontinuity into this system. It slightly shifts the equilibrium point around which all these processes operate. That shift is subtle in any short interval of time, but defining over long durations. It alters the statistical behavior of the entire planetary system without breaking its continuity. This is why no single moment appears dramatically different. The system does not respond in events, it responds in trends. Slow, distributed, cumulative trends that only become clear when viewed across extended timescales. From within the system, these trends are not experienced as changes in direction, they are experienced as conditions. Weather is not becoming colder, it is simply operating within a colder range. Ocean circulation is not slowing down, it is operating within a different energy distribution profile. Ecological systems are not shifting, they are expressing continuity within altered constraints. Even human experience adapts to this mode of perception. What feels normal is simply what has remained consistent long enough to be integrated into baseline awareness. And because the system is always adjusting, baseline itself is never fixed. It is continuously updated without explicit awareness of the update. This is the core structure of the entire planetary behavior under a slightly dimmer sun. Continuous adjustment without perceptible interruption. No clear boundaries between states, no sharp transitions between conditions, only smooth redistribution of energy across a system that never stops reorganizing itself. Even the sun in this framework is not an external event generator. It is a constant boundary condition, a steady input that defines the outer limit of available energy, while everything below it continuously reorganizes to remain within that limit. And because that limit is stable on short time scales, the entire system appears stable. But stability here is not absence of motion. It is motion distributed so evenly that it ceases to be individually visible. And so, at the deepest level, there is no final state to reach, no equilibrium to arrive at, no completion to be achieved, only an ongoing self-maintaining structure of relationships between energy, matter, and time. A structure that persists not because it has been finalized, but because it is continuously being recreated in every moment of its existence. And in that continuous recreation, nothing ever truly stops, nothing ever truly begins. There is only the uninterrupted existence of a system expressing itself through endless, quiet transformation.
At this point, even the idea of transformation starts to lose its sharpness, because transformation implies a shift from one identifiable state to another, But in a system where every state is continuously maintained through small, constant adjustments, there are no clearly separable states to begin with, only gradients of difference that persist through time. The Earth, under this long-term reduced solar input, does not transition between conditions in any observable sense. It remains within a continuously regulated envelope of behavior that has already integrated the change into its baseline structure. Atmospheric circulation continues as a global balancing mechanism, but its patterns are now expressions of long-term stability rather than short-term contrast. Pressure systems still form, interact, and dissolve, yet they do so within a narrower energetic range that smooths their extremes. This does not reduce complexity. It redistributes it across time, making it less concentrated in any single moment. Ocean systems operate in the same manner. Their role as heat transport networks remains fundamental, but the pacing of that transport is now governed by a slightly reduced input of solar energy. Thermal differences still exist across latitudes and depths, but their evolution unfolds more gradually. Heat is stored longer in certain regions and released more slowly into others, creating a planetary rhythm that feels less segmented and more continuous. On land, ecological systems have long since aligned with this stabilized framework. But alignment here does not mean stasis. It means continuous adaptation that no longer produces visible discontinuities. Life continues to respond to environmental conditions, but those responses are now distributed across generations in a way that makes them indistinguishable from continuity itself. Species distributions, reproductive timing, and ecosystem interactions all remain active processes, but they operate within a stable climatic envelope defined by long-term. At this point, even the idea of transformation starts to lose its sharpness, because transformation implies a shift from one identifiable state to another. But in a system where every state is continuously maintained through small, constant adjustments, there are no clearly separable states to begin with, only gradients of difference that persist through time. The Earth, under this long-term reduced solar input, does not transition between conditions in any observable sense. It remains within a continuously regulated envelope of behavior that has already integrated the change into its baseline structure. Atmospheric circulation continues as a global balancing mechanism, but its patterns are now expressions of long-term stability rather than short-term contrast. Pressure systems still form, interact, and dissolve, yet they do so within a narrower energetic range that smooths their extremes. This does not reduce complexity. It redistributes it across time, making it less concentrated in any single moment. Ocean systems operate in the same manner. Their role as heat transport networks remains fundamental, but the pacing of that transport is now governed by a slightly reduced input of solar energy. Thermal differences still exist across latitudes and depths, but their evolution unfolds more gradually. Heat is stored longer in certain regions and released more slowly into others, creating a planetary rhythm that feels less segmented and more continuous. On land, ecological systems have long since aligned with this stabilized framework. But alignment here does not mean stasis. It means continuous adaptation that no longer produces visible discontinuities. Life continues to respond to environmental conditions, but those responses are now distributed across generations in a way that makes them indistinguishable from continuity itself. Species distributions, reproductive timing, and ecosystem interactions all remain active processes, but they operate within a stable climatic envelope defined by long-term energy balance. Human systems existing fully within this same envelope function as high-resolution extensions of planetary regulation. Infrastructure, agriculture, and habitation are designed to maintain local stability within a globally continuous system. External variability is managed internally, smoothing any deviations before they propagate into lived experience. This creates a layered structure of continuity. One layer is planetary, governed by atmospheric and oceanic dynamics. Another is biological, governed by metabolic and ecological processes. And another is human-constructed, governed by technological and infrastructural systems. Yet all layers remain expressions of the same underlying energetic constraint, the constant input of solar radiation. Even when slightly reduced, that input remains uninterrupted. And because it remains uninterrupted, the system it sustains never resolves into a final form. At this scale, what appears as stability is simply continuous regulation without perceptible boundaries between adjustments. Each moment is not a new state replacing the previous one. It is the previous state extended, corrected, and rebalanced into itself. This is why the system feels unbroken, because nothing is ever fully replaced, only continuously updated. And as this updating persists across vast timescales, the distinction between motion and stillness dissolves entirely. Motion becomes too distributed to detect. Stillness becomes too relative to define. What remains is only continuity without segmentation. A planetary system that does not arrive anywhere, does not resolve into anything, and does not conclude its processes. It simply persists. Not as a fixed object, not as a completed structure, but as an ongoing expression of energy redistribution that has no clear beginning and no definable end. Even the sun in this framework is not an external event acting upon the system. It is a constant condition of possibility, a steady boundary of energy that defines what the system can be at any moment. And within that boundary, the Earth continues its uninterrupted existence, not moving toward completion, not escaping into change, but maintaining itself through continuous distributed adjustment that has no final form, only persistence, only continuity, only a system that remains alive by never stopping.
At this level of continuity, even the distinction between inside and outside begins to lose its operational meaning, because those concepts depend on stable boundaries that can separate one domain of activity from another. But in a fully integrated planetary system, boundaries are not fixed structures. They are transitional zones of interaction. The Earth does not exist as an isolated object surrounded by an external environment. It exists as a persistent pattern within a larger energetic field dominated by solar input. atmospheric dynamics continue to operate as a primary interface between energy arrival and energy redistribution. Yet this interface is not a barrier. It is a gradient-based system where energy continuously moves through phases of transformation. Air masses shift not as discrete entities, but as expressions of pressure and temperature differences distributed across the globe. These differences never fully disappear, they only reorganize into new configurations. Ocean systems extend this same principle across longer timescales. They act as reservoirs of energy that absorb variability and release it gradually back into the planetary system. But under a slightly reduced solar input, the range of variability they must manage becomes more constrained. This does not simplify the ocean, it refines its role as a long-term stabilizer of global energy flow. On land, ecosystems continue to express adaptation as a continuous background process. But adaptation itself no longer appears as response. It appears as maintenance. Species, habitats, and ecological interactions remain in constant adjustment with environmental conditions, but those adjustments are now so evenly distributed that they no longer register as distinct changes. Everything remains active, but nothing appears to shift. Human systems, embedded within this same structure, function as high-resolution regulators of localized environments. They do not interrupt planetary processes, they modulate them within constrained spaces. Energy systems stabilize temperature and habitability. Agricultural systems stabilize biological production cycles. Urban systems stabilize internal environmental conditions against external variability. But all of these functions remain fully dependent on the broader planetary energy flow, and that flow remains defined by the sun. Even in its slightly reduced state, it continues to provide the constant input that sustains all layered processes. This constancy is what allows the entire system to appear stable, even though every component is continuously active. Because stability here is not the absence of motion, it is the equilibrium produced by uninterrupted motion. At this point in the structure, there is no meaningful separation between process and outcome. Every outcome is immediately reintegrated into process. Every state is already in the act of becoming the next state, and this recursive continuity removes the possibility of a final configuration. There is no moment where the system becomes complete, no point where all adjustments cease, no endpoint where energy flow resolves into stillness. Instead, there is only ongoing reconfiguration at scales too distributed to be perceived as discrete events. From within this structure, experience itself adapts. It no longer perceives change as interruption. It perceives continuity as the default condition of existence. Time is no longer a sequence of distinct moments. It becomes a continuous field of gradual transitions without sharp boundaries. And within that field, everything remains in motion, even when motion is no longer identifiable as such. The Earth, therefore, is not moving toward anything. It is not progressing through stages. It is not evolving toward completion. It is simply existing as a continuously maintained balance of energy, matter, and time, shaped by a constant but slightly reduced flow of solar radiation. A balance that is never fixed, never finalized, never complete, only sustained, only adjusted, only alive through uninterrupted transformation that never needs to stop in order to continue existing.
At the furthest edge of this perspective, even the concept of continuity becomes less like a description and more like a limitation of language. Because continuity still implies something that could, in principle, be interrupted. But in a system where every process is mutually sustaining every other process, interruption is not a reachable condition. The Earth, under this long-term, slightly reduced solar input, exists as a fully integrated network of energy transformations that never isolate into independent events. Atmospheric circulation does not occur in the Earth as a separate layer of activity. It is the Earth expressing thermal and kinetic redistribution across a gaseous medium. Ocean dynamics are not a secondary system beneath the surface. They are the same energy redistribution expressed in a denser, slower medium with greater thermal memory. Land-based processes are not separate from these systems. They are intermediate states where energy becomes temporarily structured into biological and geological forms before being redistributed again. Everything is one continuous process expressed at different densities and timescales. The reduction in solar brightness in this context does not introduce a new direction to the system. It only slightly shifts the operating range within which all these expressions occur. The entire structure adapts as a single coherent response field rather than as isolated subsystems reacting independently. And because of this coherence, there is no point at which one could say the system has changed into something else. It simply remains itself, continuously recalibrating. Atmospheric motion still redistributes energy across latitudes, but now the gradients that drive that motion are more subtle. Storm systems still form, but their formation is embedded within a more stable background of energy distribution. Their existence is not an interruption of equilibrium. It is part of how equilibrium expresses itself dynamically. The oceans continue their global circulation, but the timescales over which heat moves through them become more extended. Thermal storage becomes more persistent in certain regions, while release into the atmosphere becomes more gradual. This produces a planetary rhythm that is less defined by peaks and more defined by long, sustained flows. On land, ecological systems no longer appear to shift because the reference point for shift has dissolved. What remains is continuous adjustment within stable boundaries of climate that themselves are slowly evolving, but only across scales too large to isolate in immediate perception. Human systems operating within this structure become indistinguishable from the planetary regulation processes they depend on. Infrastructure, energy management, agriculture, and habitation are all expressions of the same underlying need to maintain local stability within a continuously active global system. Nothing is separate from this requirement. Everything participates in it. Even perception itself is part of the same structure. Because perception is not a passive window onto reality, it is a real-time filtering process that selects, compresses, and stabilizes continuous input into usable experience. When the external environment becomes less variable, perception does not become less active, it becomes more uniform in its output. And what is uniform begins to feel like absence of change. But this is only an artifact of compression, not a reflection of inactivity. At no point in this entire system is there a final condition being reached.
no endpoint where processes conclude, no moment where adjustment ceases, only continuous rebalancing across distributed layers of energy flow. Even the sun, which appears constant within human timescales, is part of this same extended structure of stability. Its output defines the boundary conditions of the entire system, but it does so without interruption, without sudden deviation, and without any need for perceptible change. It is not experienced as an event, it is experienced as the background condition under which all events occur. And within that condition, the Earth remains fully active, not moving toward completion, not resolving into stillness, but persisting as a continuously self-maintaining structure of transformation that never requires an endpoint in order to continue existing. Only uninterrupted adjustment, only distributed motion, only a system that remains alive precisely because it never stops changing, even when that change can no longer be seen.
At this final level of abstraction, even the distinction between system and process becomes increasingly unnecessary, because a system implies structure that can be separated from what it is doing. But here, structure and activity are the same thing observed from different perspectives. The Earth is not a structure that contains processes. It is a process that temporarily appears structured due to the consistency of its internal relationships. Atmospheric circulation, oceanic flow, geological adjustment, and biological activity are not components assembled together. They are continuous expressions of energy redistribution occurring at different scales and densities within one integrated field. Nothing exists independently long enough to be meaningfully isolated. Everything is defined by interaction, and every interaction is continuous. The slightly reduced solar input in this scenario does not introduce a new layer of behavior. It simply shifts the equilibrium point around which all interactions stabilize. That shift is not experienced as a singular event. It is distributed across all layers of the system simultaneously. Atmospheric gradients adjust, oceanic thermal cycles recalibrate, ecological distributions reorganize, biological processes adapt their baseline conditions. Human systems reorient their internal regulation strategies. But none of these adjustments occur in isolation. Each one is part of the same global response field. And because the response field itself is continuous, there is no clear moment where adjustment begins or ends. It is always already in progress and always still unfolding. From within this structure, the concept of change becomes less about transition and more about persistence. Change is no longer something that happens between states. It is the ongoing condition that defines what a state is. A state is simply a temporary stabilization of continuous motion, a momentary equilibrium within an always active system. Atmospheric behavior reflects this clearly when viewed at sufficient scale. Storm systems are not disruptions to stability. They are stability expressed dynamically through pressure and temperature gradients. The ocean behaves in the same way. Its currents are not responses to external forcing alone. They are persistent expressions of global energy balance operating across long timescales. Even geological processes, which appear slow and detached from surface activity, are part of the same continuous adjustment field. The crust moves, the mantle circulates, heat flows from interior to surface and is redistributed again through atmospheric and oceanic systems. There is no true separation between deep time and surface time, only different rates of the same underlying continuity.
Biological systems exist within this framework as highly sensitive, adaptive expressions of the same energy flow. Life does not sit on top of planetary processes, it participates in them. It reorganizes energy locally in ways that accelerate, stabilize, or redirect existing gradients, but it never escapes the system it is part of. And human systems, in turn, represent an extension of this biological participation into structured, technological regulation. They do not override planetary behavior, they translate it into controlled environments that maintain continuity under variable external conditions. Across all these layers, nothing ever reaches completion, nothing resolves into a final form, nothing exits the cycle of adjustment. Even perception, which gives rise to the experience of stability, is itself part of this continuous recalibration. It smooths, filters, and compresses ongoing activity into a coherent field of experience. And because it does this continuously, the underlying motion becomes invisible, not because it stops, but because it never presents itself in a form that can be isolated. And so the final understanding is not of an endpoint or conclusion, but of a structure that has no need for one, a system that persists not by arriving anywhere, but by continuously re-establishing itself in every moment through interrupted transformation. A living planetary scale process that remains stable only because it never stops changing at all.
And now, as this perspective slowly settles, there is nothing left to explain. Not because everything has been understood completely, but because understanding itself was never separate from the system it was trying to observe. Everything that has been described is still happening, not as a sequence that ends, but as a condition that continues. The Earth remains in motion, even when that motion no longer feels like movement. Atmosphere, ocean, land, and life all continue their quiet exchange of energy across scales too large to isolate and too continuous to notice directly. Nothing has reached completion. Nothing has resolved into a final form. Nothing has stopped. Even the slight reduction in solar energy does not create a conclusion. It only defines a different balance within the same uninterrupted process. A balance that is maintained not through stability, but through constant adjustment that has become too smooth to perceive as change. And so what remains is not an ending, only the absence of interruption. A continuity so consistent that it begins to feel like stillness, even though nothing inside it is still. The same systems continue, the same flows persist, the same transformations unfold across time without ever needing to pause. And even now, there is no point where this system steps outside itself to conclude, because there is nowhere outside it to go. Only the ongoing state of being what it already is, a living planet, a continuous field of interaction, a structure held together not by permanence, but by uninterrupted change that never breaks long enough to become visible as change at all. And as attention softens into this realization, even the idea of observing begins to fade. Not because awareness disappears, but because there is nothing separate left to observe. Only continuity, only quiet persistence, only the ongoing existence of everything, without interruption, without finality, and without end. And now, our journey comes to a quiet end. We have explored a world where the sun slowly gives slightly less light, and how every system on Earth begins to adjust to that change. Not through collapse, but through continuity, through quiet, persistent transformation. As this story fades, nothing truly stops. The planet continues, the oceans continue, the atmosphere continues its slow, invisible movements, and so do you. Now there is nothing more to follow, no more explanation, no more direction, only stillness. From this moment on, the narration will gently fade away, and you will be left with soft brown noise and deep space ambience. A quiet environment designed not for thinking, but for letting go. You do not need to follow anything anymore. You do not need to understand anything more. Just rest. Let the sound hold you. Let the silence beneath it grow slowly, and allow sleep to arrive in its own time. Thank you for staying with this journey. Good night.